Well, it's a bit nice now. We just come to the White House. I mean, massive the size of it. So in the schedule of this case, the two have got in bottom, which is a little bit less than you're not an expert on this. I get actually like to say the wrong people. There's no way you can. It won't allow, it doesn't say give me an answer, it doesn't allow you to get there. So, if you think the right way of doing that,
it's best
forget the network.
Cancel the existing connection.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's a complete nightmare. It would not accept still. Yeah. Nowhere connected to the wrong code.
Can we put it?
Can you not? Can you not?
Online,
Yes, we are on. I'll try again. Oh, refresh.
Yeah, but it's
I'm not actually against this I'm not doing that.
That's the case.
The main thing is whether it's sustained. But I tell you, the first thing will tell you absolutely the reason is we're going to prove in Wales. Oh yes, when we get very good, we're going to snap off. So we should be
sorry to say. Anyway, welcome to Ringing History and the Future, and it's quite exciting that we're going to have the webcam broadcast, but it doesn't start till 2:45, does it?
Oh, no, we're live.
Are we live now? Oh, we might have an audience.
Speaking to the world.
Well, this event is being organised jointly by the Library Committee and the Biographies Committee. And it's very much a joint venture, and I'm very grateful to John Harrison because we complemented each other quite well on organising it. And thank you for giving up your time to be here. And some people have made considerable journeys, so that's even better. We are grateful to the Friends of the Central Council Library for supporting the event because we couldn't do it so cheaply without their help. We're trying to keep very tightly to the timetable for our audience on the webcam, which is all a very exciting and new experience for me at least. And a special thank you to Dave Richards, who's our technician and a member of the ICT committee, and he actually took time off work yesterday to come and set it up, so it's a very generous gift. Thank you. A few announcements. To evacuate the building, fortunately we're on the ground floor, you need to follow the exit signs and assemble near the King's Head pub. Let's hope we don't have to do that. Good place, isn't it? And we're having a microphone for question times, and please make sure you hold it closely when you use it. And that's all the announcements that I'm actually going to make. And we now need to introduce our first speaker, who is Richard Johnston, who is by my side, who's come all the way up from Devon. And you've all got programmes on the table, so you know what he's going to talk about. And as the Ringing World has been focusing on change and the future, we're going to make sure that we reflect the whole picture. So over to you, Richard. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Ringing's future, sacred or secular, reviewing the legacy of Belfry reform. I'm Richard Johnston, a member of the Exeter Cathedral Society. I ring methods and Devon call changes after moving to Devon in 2010. This is relevant as Belfry reform did not work well in Devon, even though it started there. Devon provides insights for the future. My professional scientific research background informs my research in English cultural and social history, but I'm not a ringing specialist. So I'm interested in the big picture rather than details. I'll summarise the history of ringing, the impact of Belfry reform, its legacies and implications for the future. There's much to cover, but first, can history inform future decisions about ringing? Only if we ask why things happened, not just what happened, and analyse the results. We must see history from the public's perspective, not just ringers' perspective, and understand the social and cultural forces that people responded to or took advantage of. Activities must be relevant and adapt. To get recruits and thrive, any activity must be socially relevant and meet current cultural needs. Cultivate a strong, positive public profile with elite support. As cultural conditions change, it must adapt to suit each new generation or weaken and die. Evolution only works short term. To last for centuries needs cultural revolutions that reinvent and rebrand. As we review ringing's past, ask, is this in some way relevant now? Historical summary, oversimplified. Medieval period. Bells chimed as signals for religious, civic and personal reasons all day. Cities were noisy. Swing chiming developed in towns for popular celebration of civic and religious festivals. The latter were times of secular celebration, like South American carnivals, open-air celebrations with bonfires, drinking and dancing. Bells rung high, as loudly as possible. People are excited while hearing bells bellow, and I'm referring back to the inscription on the Peter Bell at Exeter Cathedral from 1484. Bells were by far the loudest musical sound before modern amplification. Noisy celebration with bells was for the community to have fun. It's primordial and universal, like an open-air rock concert. Why so many towers with bells? Churches were all-purpose community buildings maintained by parishioners. Community-focused 15th century religious piety and secular inter-parish rivalries made parishes construct costly towers with bigger, louder bells. By this Reformation, celebrations included high swing chiming in rounds. The Reformation aftermath secularized celebration ringing. Bells were religiously redundant, except chiming one bell before service, and briefly threatened. Ringing and bells were saved by Queen Elizabeth adopting popular celebration to promote English nationalism and community cohesion. Hearers paid for such ringing until the late 18th century. A new type of ringing. In the late 16th century, in cities, young gentlemen took up ringing as exercise, and they were paid to ring. They rang for hours at a time. Their high social status and public love of bells inhibited complaints. These new ringers do new ringing. They instigated recastings and augmentations and improvements to fittings. These let bells ring over balance, giving control of both strokes, allowing chord changes, and then method ringing in the 17th century. These developments renewed inter-parish bell rivalry, with big bells recast into lighter augmented rings. Ringing societies and competitions. In the 17th and 18th centuries, citywide ringing societies formed in major ringing centres to run elite ringing, encouraging performance ringers to form strong bands and made extensive connections between elite ringers across the country. Ringing competitions raised standards and were public entertainment with gambling and drinking, both widely accepted until the 19th century. Ringing lost elite support. Outdoor popular celebration with bonfire and bells lost elite support in the mid-18th century and became a nuisance. Ringing ceased to be a gentleman's sport, and so noise complaints began. But ringing and competitions continued among working men. Method ringing developed further, but most ringing was rounds and chord changes. Ringing usually had nothing to do with religious services, but often took place on Sundays, which is the working man's day off. Religious revival made churches solely religious buildings, 1840 to 1870. The clergy-led Oxford Movement revival emphasised moral improvement of the working classes. Incumbents had to be resident from 1838, raising the social status and power of parish clergy. Clergy took control of church buildings and removed traditional secular activities. Parishioners, West Gallery choirs were dismissed and replaced by organs and road choirs. Ringing was under threat. Ringers were viewed as drunken, dissolute. Ellicombe invented a chiming system to replace ringers. Some bands were excluded from towers. But antiquarian interest in bells led to ringing clergy who created method bands in their towers. Belfry reform. From the 1850s, some Oxford University clergy learned to ring. They formed the OUS in 1872 and the Devonshire Ringers Guild in 1874 to promote belfry reform. Other diocesan guilds and the Central Council soon followed. Belfry reform objectives: promote method ringing to clergy as a morally improving religious activity, as better than rounds and call changes, to recruit intellectually and morally better ringers. Persuade clergy to appoint regular church members as ringers, who are often paid, forming clergy-led bands to ring before services. Inculcate ringers to see ringing as a religious duty, hence the medieval term guild. Control what is legitimate to ring on bells, banning non-religious ringing and competitions. Create method ringing bands in every tower. Belfry reform guild activities. Gentry clergy ran guilds autocratically over working class ringers. Guild meetings had demonstration method ringing, a service with sermon, and a tea. Clergy took their bands of ringers there. Paid itinerant teachers, sometimes, who taught method ringing. Promoted peal ringing, the ringing clergy's recreation. Clergy power and the deference and duty culture made belfry reform hard to resist. Reformers largely secured their objectives and rewrote ringing's history. They met resistance from Devon call change bands, who despised method ringers' bad striking. Good ringers still found ways to ring at towers with high standards. The older ringers' societies continued, but submitted to the Central Council. Belfry reform outcomes. 1. Made ringing a religious rather than a communal or sport activity, a morally worthy contribution to religious worship, so gaining clergy support. 2. Existing ringers came under clergy control, with disorderly ones dismissed. 3. Recruits became used from church choirs rather than from the community. 4. Put ringers into a subservient relationship with the church, in contrast with organists. 5. Eliminated competitions, ending public fun and celebration. Private peal ringing was no substitute. 6. Ending community involvement and clergy control over ringers, distance ringers from the public. 7. Made the local tower the sole functional unit in place of the town for recruitment, training and most ringing activity. 8. Created a culture that assumed recruits would commit to ringing bells at the local tower for life as a religious duty and obliged ringers to ring at their nearest tower, whatever its standard. 9. Entrench the difficult and unsafe teaching of bell handling at top rather than by ringing up and down. 10. Without paid trainers, tower-based training was mainly poor, but youths tolerated lengthy training in a disciplined age when few pastimes provided income. 11. Ringing simple methods became widespread, but ruined striking. 12. As guilds were designed to impose tower-based belfry reform, they were too big to meet ringers' needs. Unlike the old city societies, they are ill-fitted for promoting ringer recruitment, training and performance, promoting or representing ringers' opinions. History after 1914. The 20th century saw many augmentations and technical advances in method ringing, but grassroots ringing stagnated or declined following church attendances and the end of cultural Christianity. In the interwar period, ringing was seen as outdated, a religious Merry England hangover, and saw fewer recruits. Post-war revival, the wartime ringing band renewed interest and recruitment surged. From the 1950s to 70s, university societies, which were ringer and performance focused, boosted high-end peal ringing and established a new lay readership, but within existing structures. Recruitment troubles. Youth recruitment became largely confined to ringing families after 1970 because of other attractions and ringing's unappealing image, compounded by the need to commit long-term and dire slow training. The response was to recruit older people with short-term, mainly social motives, often having weak, poorly controlled muscles. They are hard to train, do not usually get far with methods, and provide no future leaders or conductors. This enhanced the old fogey image, making ringing still less attractive to young people. Summing up then, this review shows that changes in the use of bells happened because new people had new goals. Earlier uses usually continued but were less important. In the 15th century, civic and popular desire to party and outdo neighbouring parishes created celebration ringing and new towers and bells. From the late 16th century, young gentlemen became sporting ringers to exercise, compete and gamble. Subsequently, they instigated bell augmentations and altered hanging to our ringing over balance, refreshing into parish rivalry, developed method ringing and founded city ringing societies. Between 1870 and 1914, belfry reform clergy ringers changed bell ringing into a religious activity for subservient churchmen ringers and forced a level tower method ringing focus. From the 1950s, after a period of ringing decline, universities with a ringer development focus revitalised ringing as musical performance and sport, leading to major technical advances. But belfry reform culture prevented secularisation and ringer-focused training. Belfry reform, through its institutions, remains the main determinant of current ringing structure as quasi-religious and lacking its pre-reform independence when churches were community assets. Unhelpful reform legacies. 1. Unhealthy subservience to the church. Reformed clergy dominance and heavy paternalism left ringers seeing themselves as dependent on the church, with servile attitudes to service ringing that contribute to the everything-free ringing culture. Ringers' position contrasts sharply with organists, whose relationship is commercial, with robust rules governing relations with church authorities, who respond quickly and inexpensively to organ faults. By contrast, ringers contributing to bell refurbishment has become normalised. It is subservient, as ringers can't control what they pay for. The church can sell it without recompense. Subserviency is so entrenched that ringers can't imagine having the same autonomy as organists or being operationally self-sufficient in a commercial relationship with the church for using bells. 2. Religious focus. The lack of ringers under 50 is widely recognised, but remedies fail because ringing's religious brand image repels most young people. Ringing guilds perpetuate religious objectives that discourage recruits and advancement of ringing. Religious focus cut off ringing from its community and artistic sporting roots. Ambivalence about Bell's religious message makes many ringers introspective, and they concentrate on ringing's benefits to themselves. So ringers avoid direct contact with the public or what ringing means to the public. 3. Method focus. There's a widespread lack of attention to striking and what the public hears. There's an uninformed prejudice against rounds of portrait ringing, prejudice against ringing competitions, and an unrealistic desire to form method ringing bands in every town. 4. Local tower focus. Tower basis for all ringer development impedes and restricts progress. Ad hoc ringing methods and incompetent trainers make learning difficult and protracted, and there's no system to match ringers and learners to the most suitable tower for them. So now responding to the legacies. Religious focus, response. Ringing must face change and secularise. Belfry reform wedded ringing dependently to religion. The number of services to ring for is falling, so bells are heard less often. Churches are closing and towers lost, but ringers seem powerless. Longer term, the church may even implode. Like it or not, ringing will change. Yet, many fail to understand why or how ringing must secularise and become independent to survive in a secularised society, increasingly hostile to Christianity, which is seen as weird. Religious barriers. 1. The public's religious image of ringing is understandable, as routine ringing is for services. 2. It's the dominant ringer's perspective, because service ringing is what they stand up to. The many who might ring if it were not religious, they aren't ringers. 3. The central councils and guilds' constitutions, religious objectives, and close relationships with church authorities inhibit secularisation. 4. Some ringing leaders cling to a religious, heritage, old-fashioned custom by old men brand image. Unattractive to young recruits since 1970, they still expect this offer to attract. This offer is so embarrassing that some young ringers won't admit to friends that they ring. The younger public likes noise. I would value the sound of bells and ring if ringing presented itself as it was, and really is, intellectually challenging, sporty, healthy exercise, musical, sociable, and noisy fun. Community ringing. Survival depends on ringing reverting to be relevant to and supported by the community. The church recognised the need to promote community uses of churches, to encourage public support for maintenance, and so prevent closures. Ringers already benefit churches, providing income, as at Huntston and Devon. Community friends of the bells. Ringers should engage with locals, forming friends of the bells. Find people who like bells rung. Let them change the public image. Pay for personal or community ringing. Find and inspire recruits, their children or young children, and defend ringing against objectors. Make ringing public, noisy, celebration fun. Let the friends link bells to local community events, organising ringing festivals with competition ringing and a party involving the local pub and businesses. Method-focused response. The sound the community hears. In 1677, Campanalogia complained about people ringing changes instead of striking rounds properly. Belfry reformers promoted method ringing for self-interest and ringers' morals, not for good ringing. Cartwheel rounds. It's easy to learn rounds cartwheels below balance and to ring to rhythm. It's an even pull every time, with the bell at the right height controlled by the tail length. Anyone can learn fast and enjoy the body rhythm. Bell handling doesn't matter. That's good for older learners. Ringing up and down Devon style is the same technique and the best way to learn. Then the call changes. Making a call change means pulling harder or checking and the opposite for the next blow. A new band can ring remarkably well. Recruits are full ringers within months. The public likes what they hear. It changes slowly, it's understandable and sounds good. Realistic for rural towers, the learners can swing chime right from the start. Competitions. Competitions are not only ringer and community fun and an opportunity to party, but provide essential motivation, encouraging listening and good striking. Is method ringing too hard? Bell control over balance is hard, making handling technique critical. The open hand stroke implies an unbalanced pull, and the interval is always changing. Rope sight and learning methods are difficult. It's hard to strike accurately, and method errors inflict pain on neighbours. Compared with call changes, the public finds hearing method ringing hard to get into. Learning method takes time, effort, and serious commitment. Older recruits often don't have the aptitude or desire. Wastage is high, which wastes the band's time. Recruits now have a wide variety of motives. Few expect a long-term duty commitment. Most initially only want to see if ringing is for them. Some enough to say they can ring and then move on. Some give up just as they become useful, finding method ringing too hard or too big a commitment. They might have stayed with less demanding call changes. Tower bell recruits should start with a call change band. Those with potential as method ringers should learn it as a separate, intensive process, with successful ones moving on to a method round. A method ringing tower is hard to start from scratch and vulnerable to collapse from people leaving. Self-sufficient method ringing bands in every tower is not a sustainable objective. Local tower focus response. The self-sufficient local tower. The local tower focus works for rounds and call changes, as the training time is short. After that, learners ring the same thing as the most experienced ringer. All call change ringers are equal and happy. The method ringers have a wide range of competence. The local tower focus for all recruitment and training explains why it is hard to get into surprise and why advanced method ringing bands dependent on those towers have a recruitment crisis. It's inefficient and makes ringers unhappy. The self-sufficient method towers rarely progress far. The higher the top team standard, the more practice time is spent on the staircase of learners at different stages, slowing or reversing the advance of the top team, making top team members dissatisfied and inclined to move on, while learners spend longer in the demoralising position of catch-up, with much sitting out, making them more likely to give up, discouraged by contrasting their ability with the top team. This limits how far the band can get. With recruits now older, few bands get past playing one. The local town ethos discourages inter-band ringer transfers, so guilds have no systems to facilitate or encourage them. It puts ringers in towers, but damages recruitment, retention and ringer development. People feel obliged to ring locally, but may not make their best contribution to ringing as a whole. One may be too good, making others uncomfortable, or drag a band back, yet be an asset elsewhere. Finding the right band. People should ring with bands that suit their level and with their motivations. Some people in towers want to ring their best, others want no pressure and some fun. People are happiest ringing with people at much the same level and learn most comfortably with people slightly better as they're not intimidating. The ethical barrier. Guilds are unlikely to support the required change in ringing culture because the local band ethos is deeply embedded in ringer ethics. Even though a hierarchy of towers with different method ringing levels already exists, they're more commonly at magnet practices than on Sundays. Developing method bands. Pre-reform, tower self-sufficient was not expected in method ringing. Advanced bands got recruit from lesser bands, recruited successfully back to the grassroots, just like any other team performing music or sport, where quality matters. The old city societies operated this system of band and ringer development. Today, advanced band and ringer development lies mainly outside the guild framework, as guilds' organisational structures were not designed to encourage it. The current situation. Most ringer development is informally organised by peel and quarter peel organisers and conductors, handbell ringers and training enthusiasts, who ignore guild and tower affiliations as irrelevant. Handbell and peel ringing is organised on a who-you-know basis, often making it hard for outsiders to get into. Such bands normally have regular members, with outsiders often places only when a regular cannot ring. Advanced ringing recruitment. Bands seek out and mentor promising young people from grassroots towers. But grassroots now rarely recruits the young ringers advanced method ringing needs as leaders, teachers and conductors. Older recruits just don't get good enough for that. Advanced ringing needs a direct young people recruitment path. The present informality makes effective action unlikely until peel ringers can't find others to ring with, and that's too late. Training, handling to rounds. The local tower focus made all training local, amateurish and often dire. Brief periods slotted into a practice wastes everyone's time, is slow and puts learners off. You learn to play an instrument well with a teacher before playing in an orchestra. The learner should learn on his own all that can be learned alone. Learners deserve good teaching. Good handling teachers are rare. Teachers could make a living providing the intensive coaching most non-ringers expect to pay for. Good learning. A local call change ringer told me this. Father taught me handling by starting with a chord and ringing up and down. When he was happy with that, he rang the treble, I the second, and I followed him up and down. We did this until it was right. Then he took me to practice with the band. At the end of the practice, he said, "You're in the competition Saturday." We came third. Third time out, we won. Handling. Teaching top ringing first is dangerous. It provokes anxiety, especially in older ringers, resulting in lack of confidence, rote fear, poor handling styles, failure to listen, and poor striking. Learning this way doesn't let learners become confidently in control, feel the bell as a pendulum, or develop rhythm. Still top ringing overbalance should be a natural extension of rhythmic ringing learned below balance. Training methods. Local town method teaching gives too little time on the rope. Many teachers don't realise that pupils mislearn. Pushing learners too fast wastes time and demoralises. Long time sitting out with slow progress makes learners quit. Learning how to ring methods should be separated from bell control. In the past, single handbells were used to make learning easier. Modern simulators are better and can be improved. Method learning with simulators. Simulators can provide intensive learning in private, so ringers become confident and able to perform well. They can learn at their own pace, at their preferred times of doing it, ringing by blue line or structure, gaining rope sight and good striking, under distance learning, supervised by good teachers. Once ready, they can ring with others and get it right without practices. Performances with placed bands are more productive than practices. Better simulators. Current simulator programs assume knowledge of ringing and how to progress. A multi-level interactive video game could teach a raw recruit method ringing while assessing aptitude for tower bells, paired handbells and conducting. Progress in the game depends on achieving competence. Structured learning, teaching one thing at a time, consolidated by repetition with distractions, promotes stress-free learning and assessment and good learning. Everything repeated until it's never done wrong. Early stages include rhythm and striking precision. These need not look ringing related, making the game attractive to gamers and hence a recruiting tool. Future frustrations. Although ringers are well-intentioned, change is constrained by ringing culture, guild structures and local tower independence. Total reliance on voluntary labour makes everything slow. Problems existing institutions cannot address adequately, if at all, are ringing subservient dependency on the church, poor public engagement, brand image, recruitment of young people, and advanced ringing training. An independent, fully secular, commercial organisation could deal with them all. Future regained. An organisation for secularised performance ringing. Ringing needs rebranding as secular to attract young people and make ringing something the public actively supports and enjoys. Advanced method ringing, because it is sparsely located, needs a formal, fully secular national organisation to seek out, train and assess the competence of young ringers, wherever they may be, and that can be across the world by the way, and find or create suitable bands for them. Target recruits. Rather than train recruits that turn up casually, make an attractive offer to the type of young person sought, placed where they will find it. One source is video gamers. They're obsessive, clever, and love platforms. Create a video game, as already mentioned. Provide a path to ringing well as like them, with handbells, tower bell simulators and mini rings. Once hooked, they won't care if big bells are in churches. It must be a commercial venture, employing professional trainers, providing intensive recruit-led training, doing as much as possible by distance learning. What comes free is suspect today. Recruits will pay for training in line with current expectations. Other income comes from equipment sales, video games, cheap handbells, and heavy bell simulators, which can be developed or improved. A new church relationship. Because the organisation is ringer and band focused and secular, access to tower bells must be commercial, much as peal bands relationships are. Churches need income to survive, but competition will keep the price down. Longer term, the organisation may buy redundant towers. Public enjoyment of ringing raises the profile, and public entertainment is what ringing's for. Ringers can earn money by ringing at public celebrations, providing entertainment, like the 12-bell final, but for the public, gives commercial opportunities. All this will happen when someone believes such an organisation is profitable. Ringing back to its roots before the moralistic clergy got it. And conclusions. New people transformed the purpose of ringing bells over the centuries, leaving older ways as vestiges. Belfry reform, the last major transformation, made ringers subservient to the church and ringing about service ringing. Religious ringing is declining, and many ringers ring for non-religious reasons. Ringing has a damaging religious brand image in the secular world, which alienates the public and the young people needed as recruits. For ringing to survive long-term, it needs rebranding, making ringing secular and fully engaged with the public as happy consumers. Community ringing. Grassroots ringing can continue as it is short-term, as long as the C of E needs service ringing, relying on older people, ringing call changes, but bell nostalgia may die with those born before 1970. Local tower ringing should expand to support fun and community celebrations, and so change its local image and create local Friends of the Bells organisations. Method ringing. Method ringing is declining and may become limited to urban areas. It's difficult for old learners who would do better ringing call changes. To be attractive, method ringing must be a fully secular activity that is publicly recognised and supported as public entertainment and as an artistic sport comparable with gymnastics. And gymnastics and ballet dancing are very similar in terms of their artistic nature and the fitness required for them. A national organisation for performance ringing, advanced method ringing, survival needs a ringer-focused, secular, commercially run professional body to attract, retain, train, develop and assess young ringers and allocate them to performance bands. The organisation should aim to become the governing body for performance ringing. finally, ringing must change or perish.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Stella and I agreed that we'd share the chairing between us, so I'll be chairing the morning sessions. Can I first make an apology to people out in the world? Most of these events, if you start ahead of time, you think you're doing well. Yes, I think they can probably hear me, I'm talking this as well. Unfortunately, on this occasion, we did start ahead of time, so if anybody was delaying logging into the webcast until Richard started, I do apologise for the fact they missed the beginning. We now have a period for questions.
There is a point that can be made, is that, hold on a second, you can get the lecture from this website. It's RHFT, which corresponds to Ringing History and Future Trends, rhft.pbworks.com.
It will also be on the web in due course. Okay, could I now have questions for Richard, please? Any questions? Yes.
I was very interested in your target recruits comment.
We're not sure whether the microphones are needed. We're using them if in doubt. If anybody has a problem, please say.
Okay. I was interested in your target recruits point, especially for the younger ringers. Has anyone asked younger ringers, A, why they took up ringing in the first place, how they came across it, and what did they think, or did they know anything of ringing before they took up ringing? I know I didn't. I don't think I've heard of ringing, so its image didn't bother me because I didn't know anything about it. But is that the same nowadays? What do the younger people who have taken up ringing and become really successful, you know, people like Alan Redding and those really top-end ringers that started when they were young, what attracted them to ringing? And has anyone tried to find out that? Because then we can target similar people.
Okay. Richard?
Well, I've nothing terribly up to date. I mean, I've done this sort of thing with people I know, but the difficulty now, of course, is finding young people that have come into ringing not from ringing families, and so it's actually it's difficult for me to answer that question. It's certainly something that ought to be done.
Can anybody else offer any insights on why young people came into ringing, or young people, what puts them off from young ringers who are not members of ringing families? Yes, Alison.
We've done some, when I was on the Trends Committee, we did work on this sort of thing, and it's fairly clear that it's the sort of things that you've alluded to, either overtly or covertly. It's the fun, it's the social aspect, and it's getting into a community that they see with their peers, if they are not already in a ringing family. It's the same sort of thing as getting into any other organisation. If I may, I'd like to follow that up actually. Unlike sports that you mentioned and music, we have no idea, and sports have done a lot of this in the last few years, to actually really look at the real attributes, the physical shape and mental attributes of every individual have to attract them to their sport and keep them in the sport. We do not have a clue on the mental and physical abilities that you need to be a ringer and develop as a ringer. Because a lot of things that you've been saying, we've been discussing in trainers and various committees for many, many years. It's how do you break out of the loop. I've got another point on that, but I'll give someone else spare time on that. Yes,
I agree with that. I think one of my reputations is sorting out people's bad handling, and if you're doing that, that's one of the things that you start to discover is what kind of skills and physical skills people actually need. And of course the mental skills also, if you're in top ringing, you become very much aware of the kind of intellectual skills that are needed. But one thing that really does strike me is, in connection with that, is that there's a very strong evidence that the earlier you start with ringing, the further you get. And I think it's related to the fact that the human mind reorganises in you as a teenager, and if you can get people actually into ringing before that process stages, they seem to, their whole way of ringing is actually much more built into their minds rather than.
That's well known in education.
Yeah, and so we really do need to get them young.
But in ringing, we're trying to get people 5
Well, it's not something, I mean, there are ways around that, and some of the things I was mentioning, ways of resolving. Yeah.
So I could just add a comment on that. Phil Gay used to say young people learn things for a living. And if you think about it, certainly last physical skill most of us learned was learning to drive in our late teens. One thing that did impress me, you may remember the Midsummer Murders series on bell ringing. I organised the training of the actors, and I was incredibly impressed that with no more than 4 or 5 hours practical experience, Adrian Scarborough really was ringing 2 bells, and one of the cast actually rang in a wedding because they discovered he'd been learning. What's the link? Actors learn things for a living. So I think, it may not be age per se, it may be a question of whether people are still able to learn things and whether they're actively learning things. That's just a thought, I don't know. Any other?
Yeah, what I have noticed is that there are a small number of late learners who do well, and they're usually people who have already got a lot of the mental disciplines that you need from being, for example, people who perform other music at a very high standard, or have done sport to a very high standard.
More questions? Yes.
Morning. My name's Gareth Davis from near Cambridge. Thanks, Richard. That was
Can you hold the microphone up?
Can't pass some questions.
Speak a bit closer.
Is it on?
Speak closer to it.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much, Richard. That was quite thought-provoking. I want to ignore the kind of second half of the presentation, if you like, about today's problems, and just reflect on the welfare reform, if that's okay. I've got a question. To what extent should we believe the welfare reformer's own rhetoric about how successful they've been changing things? I think there are some fairly obvious changes like bicycle associations that were successful. I'm not so convinced that they were successful in actually changing ringing from secular to religious. So I can tell you from my own researches that in the 1830s, before welfare reform started, certainly in Cambridge, change ringing was happening about once every 4 days, and of those 877 odd occasions in the 10-year period, 150 of them were ringing for weddings, and 4 were ringing for other church services. By the 1890s, the amount of change ringing increased by about, it's gone up from about 800 occasions to over 1,200. There was absolutely no ringing for services, and ringing for weddings and funerals had declined by about 6 times. So we just need to be a bit careful sometimes that we don't just take the welfare reformers at their own word, and that kind of change to a religious ringing maybe didn't happen everywhere at the time we're looking at.
I think there's one of the things that's very clear with practically any popular cultural phenomenon is that it's very variable across the country in different contexts and circumstances. You can come to very different conclusions depending on exactly what evidences you're looking at. And I fully take your point that they did believe their own hype. But on the other hand, I think there is some evidence, I think, probably that other places there were significant changes. But probably more especially in villages, actually.
I suppose one of the interesting questions is whether or not, throughout the period you're looking at, whether actually the amount of secular ringing still continues to outweigh the amount of religious ringing. I mean, if I think about my town now, actually, by the time we went to practices and quarter peoples and visiting bands, there's far more ringing, which has nothing to do with church services.
Yes. I mean, in some ways, the ringing for fun element has expanded quite a lot really since the last one. But yes, I mean, these are obviously matters for more debate. And certainly the trade making religious was clearly was an important element, and you get all these villages where you've got the belfry rules that were put forward and constrained what went on and so on. So I put a couple of examples on the website of that. But Yes, thank you for that contribution.
One very marked effect, if you look at the number of appeals run, the graph just takes off around the Wealth reform period. I mean, my own perspective is that certainly secular ringing carries on, we all do it, but we do it in private or for our own aims like appeals. What seems to have gone, and I don't know whether Richard's got more data on that, is public ringing, ringing for the public. Very rarely do we get asked to ring for civic events. Normally it's just an excuse to ring another court appeal. Have you got any evidence on that side, Richard?
Yeah, I agree that seems to be the case. One thing that's encouraging is that Bampton in Devon, not the one this way, in Devon, they actually do encourage the locals to pay to have a celebration. So people come, somebody's got somebody to celebrate, they can pay money into the tower fund, and there's a ring for it. This is all part of this making connections, and I think it's something that we really get hold of.
Another question, Steve?
Sorry, do I need this? Can you hear me, Mother? All I was going to ask was, this idea of a national organisation...
You need to use a microphone, please.
You need that, do
People online.
This
Oh, they can't hear.
outside.
Right, sorry, people outside. Yeah, two things. This idea of a national organisation was put forward by Arthur Hayward back in the 1880s. It didn't happen, and ringing boomed. The same thing happened at the end of the Second World War. There was a huge support of the local people putting saying we should have a nationalisation. We didn't have one, and ringing boomed. I'm rather intrigued now that you're wanting to recreate something which never worked.
Well, I think the difference is I'm suggesting that this is something that people make a profit from. I mean, the primary purpose is to try and target recruits to it and then develop it from things from there. That's how I see it, and it'll happen because there's a commercial thing in it. It's not voluntarism is something that doesn't seem to be all that effective these days because there aren't lots of retired army officers and housewives there to run voluntary organisations.
I wonder if you're quite right, Steve. My reading was not that Hayward tried to start a ringing society, but that the other reformers did. They made a pig's ear of it, and Hayward picked up the piece, largely because the societies objected, and Hayward picked up the pieces and put together the loose federation of societies. John, you're probably the most experienced member. Do you have a view on whether or not Hayward tried and failed, or was it?
I'm not sure it was Hayward, but there was,
yes.
There was a proposal, but I can't remember the details. I've been working at a slightly earlier period, and my brain gets overloaded.
My reading of the history was that they didn't go about it very well, and there was a lot of opposition from the societies who saw it as a threat.
They would see it as a competition, I'm sure.
So,
and that's a very good problem now.
You do want to speak now?
Yeah, different topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just interested in the presentation because our speaker was talking about cool changes from very early days, and could I ask what evidence he's got? Because I've been looking at it in detail in the last 12 months, and the earliest reference I can find to cool change is 1837. And as far as I can see from newspaper evidence, the development of coal changes was in the middle of the 19th century and not earlier.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to recall effectively references to it in Campanologia.
There is a term called walking the changes, which doesn't actually mention calling the changes, and I've done a detailed search for the term call changes and things that might be equivalent, and I can find at the moment nothing earlier than 1837.
Well, I mean, I don't claim to be a ringing specialist, and obviously I haven't investigated it at your detail. But certainly when I read that book, it struck me that what was being described as something But I don't think it fundamentally addresses most of the difference with that.
Well, just interesting to be accurate, that's all.
With respect, while the discussion about what happened in the past is quite interesting, I'm far more interested in the future. Your assertion that there needs to be some kind of commercial aspect just to move on and to be successful in the future. I'm not quite sure how that's going to be done, but obviously someone will have to put forward a business case. If it turns out that the business case doesn't prove to be sound and valid, what then in the future?
Well, I think my view is just that that there is if the thing is designed properly, you can get a good business case for it. That's my position. So I don't think I've come up to address the what if not until it's been seriously tried.
Bobby.
I'm interested in this hypothesis that somehow or other Devon-call changes are easier to ring than what we do in towers with open hand strokes, closed back strokes. You say there's more effort needed to do it, which is not a good idea for old ladies like me. We need the easiest, lightest bells going and a good steady rhythm in order to maintain this. Recently, we have introduced into our tower this kaleidoscope ringing, which, because it's basically called changes, teaches us a lot of basic things, including counting in places, and sort of encompasses both skills. And it also means that you can ring that ad nauseam and in more difficult levels if you haven't got a surprise band there for you. And it can be made as difficult or as easy as you like. But people who think they know what they're doing suddenly find they're tripped up when they're making Cambridge places in 3/4 and that sort of thing, while the others are dodging on the front. So I think this is something that needs further explanation or further thinking about, because it's not something that I've caught up with generally, even though the books have been available for some time. This is something that everybody can do.
Could you reply to that, Richard? My guess is that you were talking about the closed hand stroke below the balance style versus top ringing rather than specifically.
Yes, I mean, what I started with was cartwheel round below bands, and that you can get a very good smooth body rhythm to produce it, and it doesn't require very sophisticated handling techniques to achieve it, and you can get very good results with that, and that is actually the underpinning foundation for the kind of style that happens in Devon. And I can tell you that we find in Devon that we can get there are towers that do that style. Their recruits get up to a very reasonable standard of striking quite quickly.
Just come back on the question about commercial ringing, whether ringing is commercial. I've actually done some sums on that, and it can be made commercial on the same basis as you might consider to be professional, like sports have been made commercial, i.e. they are not fully self-funding. There's a lot of charitable and other sort of funding coming in. So there are business models that are out there. The interesting thing I feel from having done a bit of sums on this is if you compare us with corner shops versus supermarkets, if there's a really striking incentive for someone to come on board, or some organisation to come on board, why are the classical guilds and associations that you're talking about not actually being usurped by the up-and-comers, like new forms of trading, online actually now starting to take over the big hyperstores and supermarkets, and in turn already taken over effectively with corner shops. So that's the interesting question as to why it's not happening if it was commercial in the sense that you're thinking about, I think.
Culture, I think, is the answer.
There is a cultural problem, I think, in that we find it difficult to think of doing we've done before.
That didn't apply to supermarkets and such like.
No, but the point is, if somebody thinks they can make money by something, then they start to think about the whole questions in different ways.
And that's what's needed in reading.
It is, yeah.
I'm now looking specifically for people who haven't spoken. Pat first. Are there any others waiting? Yes, Dave's waiting over there. And Chris. Pat.
I was interested in
Closer to the microphone.
I was interested in what you had to say about the possible future of ringing and how you would get groups of people together, particularly young people, and then allocate them to towers. I think, looking at it realistically, you have a tremendous logistics problem then, because these days one isn't allowed to drive young people around unless one is the parent, really, well, not save them. And I think allocating to people, to towers would just present too many problems. A lot of young people who are interested have difficulty getting to their own towers because of lack of public transport. And I think the actual logistics of that might be a good idea, but it's not realistic.
Well, I was quite careful actually by saying allocate them to bands rather than towers. And there is a difference. And the other thing is that there is potential for doing some of these things via the internet in the long run. So people can interact like that. Now that's different from actually a tower bell ringing, obviously. But in urban areas, if you manage to get a lot of people interested, then a lot of these problems start to be overcome. That's why I think the idea of actually doing the training as basically done by training by computers is the way forward, because that way you'll get a lot of people. Now, this is some of you can disagree with this, but we haven't tried it yet. But I believe that there's a way forward in dealing with these kind of issues in the future. One of the problems that we've got in Ring at the moment is people put forward suggestions, and there are a lot of people around who immediately say that can't be done. We've got to get away from that culture.
I think, talking about what's difficult logistically, we only have to look at all the sports and musical activities young people do take part in, which mostly aren't organised in the local village church. They're organised wherever, and people get there because they want to go. Now, I think, Dave, did you want to contribute?
Yes, we've got a question from...
Oh, an external question, is it brilliant?
Hi there, we've got a question from Tony Furnival.
Yeah.
You said that you've sort of alluded to external factors leading ringers to become introverted. And I think that everyone probably knows that ringing tends to attract somewhat more introverted types. I think the question is, do you have actually any sources of data on that, or is that just a feeling or a perspective?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what the question is he's asking.
Yeah, not quite. So I think it was more about during the questions afterwards, it was I think it was mention made of external factors causing ringers to become introverted and look within the society, and I think it links into who are these people that we're attracting.
Yes. I mean, a lot of these things are like that self-fulfilling prophecies, aren't they? Yeah. But I think if one of the things, of course, is if ringing is seen as something that you're making a lot of noise and it's jolly fun, then we'll probably get more people who've got more outward-looking perspectives.
And just a short follow-up. You also mentioned distance learning. I think that's a topic that's very keenly on Tony's mind.
Yes.
And so, do you have any proposal for how that might work?
Yes, I do. If he wants to, I think probably the best way is this is something that needs to get out on some of these forums where all these debates take place, because it's a big topic, and then obviously I've got lots of. This is very condensed down from what I originally started as a talk, which would have taken about 4 hours. But So you can be thankful I didn't.
I think we have time for one more, and I think there's one more waiting. Or was I? Oh, Chris was waiting.
Chris Mew. I must comment on what was a very thought-provoking talk. Thank you very much, Richard. I think it's essential that all of us, whether organisationally or as individuals, shouldn't sort of start with entrenched positions. I'll just make one or two comments. Firstly, ringing is already a very open activity. We are totally inclusive in terms of age, gender, social status, probably more so than any other activity, whether sporting or otherwise. The amount of ringing which is done outside that for church services, it probably exceeds what is done on Sundays already. I think the two big problems is how do we improve the image and experience of ringing to people who come to try it out. That's a big challenge. And I think the other thing which you alluded to is the experience and effectiveness of training. ART are doing wonderful work in that, and I think we need to get more consistency. But it's also very much down to our existing town captains and societies to improve how they perform in welcoming and advancing people to the point that they will stay. Thank you.
Can you respond in other
Yeah, I think my response to that is that there are inherent limitations to what you can do by focusing on towers and existing builds, and we've got to have a much more ringer focused and band focused approach rather than tower focused approach. I think this is really where the thing that I think is really important if we want improvements in training.
Right, okay, well at that point I'm going to draw this to a close. I'd like to finally thank Richard for a most stimulating contribution. I'm sure this will carry on afterwards, in fact we hope that it will. Right, I'd like now to introduce our second speaker. David Jones is Master of the Chastisement Guild. Sorry.
Should have said all that before. I'd like to introduce our second speaker. David Jones is bringing credentials as Master of the Chastisement Guild. By profession he is a historian. He's going to talk to us on some research that he's been doing and again some ideas here. David, help yourself to the microphone. Tweak it to a position where people hear but not deaf.
Firstly, I'd like to thank John and Stella for inviting me to speak at this event, and all of you who've come down to support it, and also those watching at home. My presentation is divided into two main sections, although each section has a number of subsidiary elements. Some of the talk is more theoretical than actual evidence-based history, and I hope to encourage people to think critically about ringing history by asking a number of questions. The first section will be a comparison of ringing issues in the past and today. Are the issues we face today different to those in the past? And can history be used to provide answers to the questions we now face? The latter section of the talk will be a discussion about the historiography of ringing, how it has developed and who has written it, before going on to suggest some potential ways in which ringing history can be included in academic and popular history. And finally, if a wider focus on ringing history can attract new people into the exercise. In the build-up to a series of Trevelyan lectures in 1960, the historian E.H. Carr wrote to a friend that he had been, and I quote, looking for some time for an opportunity to deliver a broadside on history in general. The series of lectures was the basis for that classic text, What is History?, written in 1960 and still used and useful today. I'm not a aiming today to deliver a title ringing history. I do aim, however, to highlight the importance of thinking critically about ringing and ringing history. I'd like to make a couple of comments before I start. Firstly, what I say about the writing of ringing history may imply that I'm criticising ringers and certain individuals. I can assure you that this is not my aim. Most of what has been written so far has been well researched, well written, and absolutely fascinating. Secondly, I was once told by a former vicar of Neston that in polite society one did not talk about religion, politics, and sport. As a ringer for 21 years, someone with an interest in politics, and a lifelong Liverpool fan, I am rarely able to avoid these three forbidden topics, and today is no different. But before I start, as the qualifications for the speakers at this event have been questioned by at least one person, I should perhaps explain who I am and why I am speaking to you at this event. Could somebody press enter on that laptop? Although it makes it sound as if I'm having an existential crisis, as you can see from the slide, I'm David T.G. Jones, and I am until September at least the Master of the Chester Diocesan Guild. The insistence of T.G. in my name is not just pretentiousness on my part, but to distinguish myself a bit of David Jones's, both in the exercise and beyond. I think it's still the most common name, or popular name, so that's why I have the T.G. I began to ring as a 13-year-old in Neston on the Wirral Peninsula. I put in brackets after the year I started, as people don't seem to struggle to age me correctly. It's always nice to be thought of as younger than I am, but someone makes me feel I was 15, which was not so good. At the age of 18, I went off to Keele University to study geography and history, graduating in 2003. After a few years working full-time and ringing when not working, I decided to fill my time even further by studying for a Master's with the Open University, which I completed in 2014. The final part of the Master's was a dissertation on local history linked to one of the themes studied earlier in the programme. Although none of the themes were bell ringing related, as what you might guess, one of the themes was religious history, and I managed to persuade my tutors that my project would look at the development of change ringing in Wirral from 1880 to 1914, and I'll utilise part of that research and some of my conclusions later in the talk. So here's my qualifications for speaking to you. Why am I here today? In 2013 I was persuaded to become Master of the Chester Diocesan Guild, and convention dictates that the Master is a member of the Central Council. When attending my first meeting, I introduced myself to and volunteered to become a member of the Biographies committee. And it was in the email exchange discussing the suggestions for today's event that I made the schoolboy error of making some suggestions for some potential discussion points. And I was subsequently asked for the suggestions to be made into one of the presentations. The rest, as they say. So I'll move on to the main body of the talk now. The first half is a comparison of the past with the present. And I aim to ask and hopefully provide some answers to a number of questions. Are the issues and problems we face today really new? Are they part of a long-term cycle? Can the lessons learned in the past provide us with the answers we crave today? Can history be misused? Finally, and this is important for the event today, for the future study of ringing history and for the work of Central Council, does ringing history matter? Sorry, I should have said press enter again, please. Cool. Right, before I start with the main thrust of my presentation, I would like to pose this last question. Does history, specifically in our case, ringing history matter? In my editorial for the event today, I quoted L.P. Hartley from his novel The Go-Between. He writes, "The past is a foreign country, we do things differently there." Many individuals, both ringers and otherwise, subscribe to this view, that history can't tell us anything and that it doesn't matter. I would like to put a counter-argument that history does matter. Some of the ways that history can be used will hopefully be established during today's event. But a number of people here today, together with those watching in the comfort of their own homes, highlights that ringing history is of interest to many. How, and to a large extent, what we ring is shaped by history. It is also part of the collective identity of ringing. Tradition and history are therefore important in ringing as in many other organisations. Many forms of nationalism are fundamentally based on this shared history, on the idea of shared history as part of a collective identity. This can be and has been used, and in some cases misused, by many leaders, and there are many books, including a short book by Margaret Macmillan entitled The Uses and Abuses of History, which highlights this issue. It is something we need to be wary of when citing historical precedent in terms of ringing history. Collective identity underpinned by history can also be seen in many sports. As a Liverpool fan, this is highlighted with what every match was Anfield. Shortly before kick-off, and immediately prior to that other piece of Liverpool sporting ritual, the collective singing of You'll Never Walk Alone, a huge banner is unfurled and passed over the heads of those standing on the most iconic sport stands, the Kop. Displayed on the banner are the pictures of the trophy-winning managers Bill Shankly, Bob Paisley, Joe Fagan, Kenny Dalglish, Gerard Houllier and Rafael Benitez. Hopefully Jurgen Klopp will soon be joining them, but I digress. It is a visual reminder to the fans, both home and away, of the history and the past glories of the club, and plays a key part in focusing the home fans in the importance of history to a shared identity of the club. History is also a key part of the songs that are sung throughout the game, and many clubs, especially Chelsea and Everton, are taunted for their lack of history and or success. Ringing, of course, does not rely on banners or songs, although with motives afoot to make the sport, who knows what the future may hold. However, it does rely on past to promote a collective identity. The attachment to our ringing organisations, both territorial and otherwise, can be seen as a prime example of this use of history in promoting shared collective identity. One example will suffice here. When elected to be Ancient Society College Youth, each new member is issued with a copy of the history of the society, written by Bill Cook, with amendments by Dick and Love. History is therefore a key part of belonging to a society. When carrying out research for my dissertation on ringing, and subsequent research for my work with the Biographies Committee, not to mention reading past copies of Bell News and Ringing World, and books written on ringing history, it was fascinating to note how many of the issues we currently face were in evidence in the past. Before I go on, I should perhaps outline my dissertation research methods. I looked at the development of ringing in the Wirral Peninsula from 1881 to 1914. If any of you are unfamiliar with the area, the Wirral, as it is generally known, somewhat erroneously according to some, is a peninsula connected to Cheshire, with the River Dee separating it from North Wales on one side, the River Mersey separating it from Liverpool on the other. There are currently 19 towers with ringable bells, with one, Morton, currently unringable, and one ring bells, which was Bloodhead St Mary's, which were removed when the church was demolished in the 1970s, which contributed to the augmentation of Four St Nicholas. I chose the area mainly because, apart from my period at Keele, I've been a lifelong resident in the area. And for 6 years, I was a ringing master of the Wirral branch of Chester Diocese and Guild. Apart from being a notable interest in the area from a personal level, it's also offered an interesting study area. Prior to the installation of the first ring base at Bromber in 1881, there is no evidence of change ringing in the area, despite evidence of ringing in both nearby cities, Chester and Liverpool. By the end of the study period, there were 8 completely new rings of bells, and a further 6 rings have been augmented. Secondly, the period coincided with the spread and development of the institutions that were the result of the belfry reform movement that we've heard Richard talk about earlier. The 2 major ringing publications, Bell News, starting in 1881, and the Ringing World in 1911, began in the study period. Both can be seen as contributing to the national spread of change ring. Another result of the belfry reform movement was the formation of territorial ringing societies. The Chester Diocesan Guild, and a few weeks later the Wirral branch of that guild, were both formed in 1887. I had 2 main research questions. Firstly, how did change ringing development in the Wirral? And secondly, did belfry reform have an impact? As I mentioned at the start of this section, it was fascinating to see that many of the issues of the period I studied remain the same today. Articles in the ringing press, the minute books of the Wirral branch, and the remaining secretary's reports of the Wirral branch from the 1890s, and the annual reports of the Chester Diocesan Guild, which were originally quinquennial reports, highlight what we think of as new problems are not necessarily unique. After providing some examples, I will come back to that point, as it's an interesting theoretical point. So what are the similar issues that I keep referring to? There are two perennial problems facing guild or branch officers: levels of membership and participation in events. In the early days of the Royal Branch, both were raised regularly in the Secretary's reports. They were both issues I faced as a branch ringing master and now as master of Chester Guild. The general perception is that the number of ringers is declining and that there isn't enough participation in branch or association meetings, events, etc. I will return to these issues shortly, as again there's some interesting theoretical questions we need to ask. Some of the other concerns raised in the past also give the impression that lightning often strikes in the same place twice. The early years of the Royal Branch saw a clash between those ringers enjoying appeals and those who didn't. Some of the ringers involved appeared to try a range of different approaches, varying from ringing appeals prior to branch meetings, or to actually requesting to be paid to go and visit an appeal. Neither approach is applicable in the world today, but the number of appealable towers and the pool of appeal ringers is relatively small, so the tension is still present. Linked to this issue is the issue of complaints. It was fascinating to note that one of the first reports of the branch meeting that I came across in Bell News was one stating that due to complaints, the opportunity to ring at Oxton in Birkenhead had been extremely limited. I don't think it would be controversial to mention this example by name, as it is well known that ringing at Oxton, other than for services or a practice night, is limited due to complaints. We often think concern about complaints is a new phenomenon. It clearly isn't. And it is interesting to note that one of the first committees set up by the Central Council considered the issue of noise. The committee to advise on the repair and preservation of bells, frames and fittings was formed at the first annual meeting of the Central Council in 1891. The provision of a body of advice, suggestions and instructions on the repair and preservation of bells, frames and fittings was one of 4 aims. The committee was also tasked to provide advice on noisy bells, both within and without the ringing chamber, furnishing, ventilation and heating the ringing chambers, and a list of approximate prices according to weight for the several items of bell and framing furniture.
Can you slow down a bit more,
sorry.
please?
Yes. Here we see bell restoration and noise abatement still concerns today as a key part of the initial role of the Central Council. The Chester Diocesan Guild has recently had to discuss issues of tax and insurance. Again, these items have been addressed in the past. Another issue that struck me as one which seemed to be constantly recurring is that of politics. Clashes between individuals in towers and as a branch seem to crop up regularly in the minutes of the Wirral branch. I'm not saying here that the Wirral area is a divisive area, merely that it demonstrates the inevitability of disputes amongst ringers. I should perhaps widen that statement out to include any group or organisation. The Central Council minutes highlight this issue, and there are several, shall we say, robust debates, lengthy discussions and arguments. And we can probably all think of examples of this at council level, local, association and even tower level. As an aside, if you think ringers can be argumentative, it still rings, possibly even more so. If you read some of the controversies listed in Richard Johnston's book, or even some of his responses to the original reviews and criticism of his book, In Defence of History, you will see what I mean. Probably the issue that has been most concerned ringers throughout the history of ringing, and which is still being debated today, is that of the place of ringing and ringers within the church. Richard has discussed the belfry reform movement, so I do not plan to discuss it at any great length. What I would like to say, however, is that we need to see this as a long-term historical question, rather than a short-term problem for the here and now, or even a time-limited movement in the mid to late 19th century. It is interesting that the two academic historians, one a lecturer, the other a PhD student, who have researched and written about ringing, have highlighted the attempts to reform bellowing and ringers earlier in the so-called belfry reform movement. We can also see the attempts to place religion at the centre of ringing, with a number of laws listing rules and prayers for ringers, many of which were in place before the belfry reform movement. This debate has recently been reignited by Michael Faulkner's article and a subsequent dialogue in the pages of the Ringing World. Perhaps here it is worth considering why so many of the issues we face today are so prevalent in the past. Surely one of the main reasons is that ringing has retained many of its key features. If we play a twist on the old schoolboy game of selecting World 11 to play a hypothetical game of cricket against a Martian 11, if we can suspend logic for a moment or two, would a time-travelling band of ringers from the late 19th century who popped into a local branch meeting be able to ring with us? The answer is yes. The style of ringing hasn't changed. Many of the institutions, the territorial associations, the Central Council, for example, will remain the same or only change slightly. If we stick to the straightforward methods of playing Bob, Grancer, maybe Kent Trouble Bob, if we can find a Bob to ring it, or perhaps Stedman, the ringers would be able to join us. Maybe even Cambridge, Superlative, or London, if the time travellers are at the upper end of the ringing spectrum. If we are a couple short of appeal, and the time travellers were willing to help out, many of the compositions run today would be familiar to them. You get the idea. Problems learning methods, problems ringing methods, and problems of teaching a band of learners would all be as familiar to those from the 19th century as they are today. Of course, not all issues or problems, perceived or otherwise, are consistent over time. It is interesting to look at the work of committees of Central Council to note the passage of concerns. Some committees were set up to focus on certain things and had a short shelf life. For example, the committee looking at rail fares and attempting to negotiate cheap rail fares, set up in 1893, lasted 10 years and was clearly addressing an important issue at the time. And although train fares now can be exorbitant, if anybody suggested to the committee to look at this now, it would be laughed into submission, I suspect, both by the Central Council and the various rail companies. Another example of a committee set up for a particular issue was the Bells of Belgium Committee, set up in the aftermath of the Great War to help Belgium restore the lost bells which it was believed had been stolen by the Germans. As the belief that bells had been stolen turned out to be imfounded, it was wrapped up relatively quickly. Problems also change over time. A regular feature of Chester Diocesan Guild committee meetings in the past few years is a highlighting of communication, or lack of it, within the Guild. What a 19th century ringer would make of this complaint would be fascinating. In today's world of websites, email, mobile phones, social media, etc., communication is relatively easy. How many of us have sent an email to get a appeal back together and had an almost instant reply? Or not, as it may be. Imagine the difficulty of this in days before. Think of how difficult it was to travel any distance to visit a tower and compare it now with almost universal car ownership. I also suspect that a 19th century ringer would be perplexed by the modern fixation about health and safety and safeguarding issues, to name just a couple of modern concerns. Composition improving software would also be of interest. Although some compositions have stood the test of time, development of proving programs has led to a huge improvement in the Peel compositions run. The standard caters or sinks composer, previously restricted to mostly Tittons, before returning of course into hand-stroked homes, would be amazed at what is produced and called today. Of course, looking at the past, we can see that there have been attempts to address the concerns of ringers and the problems facing them. It is interesting to look at these past attempts to see what people have tried, what worked, what didn't, and of course, why this might have been the case. As I have outlined, many of the things I faced when I was Master of the Rural Branch have already been faced by others. I will argue later that history does not repeat itself, but it would have helped shape some of the modern solutions. I could go on at length here, but as a lunch rate, I'll restrict myself just to one example. The problem of training a band, or a collection of bands of ringers, is one that's faced many of us at various times. On the Wirral, we came across the idea, when two towers had newly formed embryonic bands, that we would hold a Saturday morning session every week for them to be taught bell handling before sending them off to their own towers. We thought this was new and cutting edge. Of course it wasn't. If we had known about earlier attempts, would we have come across the solution earlier? Would we have tried it if we had come across it, or would we have assumed it wouldn't work? It is interesting to think that we are often encouraged to look at other areas to find best practice, but rarely look at the times. Another example of a tended solution to the problem of training ringers would be the solution provided many of the earlier associations when first formed. Many of them paid an instructor or instructors to visit towers to train bands of ringers. This may seem strange to us today, as ringing remains largely based on voluntary activity. Is this something we should look at again? I'd now like to look at a couple of things in greater detail in order to highlight the importance of challenging received wisdom, or the historiography of ringing history. These are things that have regularly been defined as problems and solutions being sought to address them. What is the general perception of the number of ringers? Well, from the pages of the ringing world, discussions in meetings at local tower, branch association and national level, the general view, I believe, is one of declining numbers. But is this the case? As you can see from the slide up there, the screen shows the total membership of the Wirral branch for Chester Diocesan Guild from 1888 to 2014. The data has been extracted from guild reports stored in the Chester Record Office, with the early years taken from reports compiled by the Wirral branch secretary. The blue line is the membership level, whilst the red line is the average membership, which is 126.55 to be precise. Yes, there is a decline in membership in the last couple of years. But in terms of numbers, branch membership is currently well above the long-term average, and overall has been one of increase rather than decrease. Of course, this is only one relatively small sample. To get a more complete picture, we would have to look at every association in the country. And I'm sure some areas would show a declining number of ringers, others would show an increase. What I'm trying to highlight is that for the number of ringers, we should not just accept the hypothesis that ringing is in decline. A long-term perspective is essential. As someone told by postmodernists, I should perhaps highlight some potential issues with the data. Firstly, this data was taken from membership of Chester Diocesan Guild. There were, I'm sure, ringers who were not members of the Guild in Wirral Towers during this period. A couple of examples will suffice to illustrate my point. In the 1890s, both West Derby and Easton gave up membership voluntarily, and both, I think, would have continued to ring. It's also interesting to note one Wirral tower, called Sunlight, did not enter union with the Chester Diocesan Guild until 1948. Prior to this, the ringers were members of the Lancashire Association. Finally, in the 1970s, it was highlighted in the annual reports that both Burton and Liscard both had court changes, but neither tower had members of the Guild. Secondly, it's not a complete record. There are a couple of annual reports missing from the archives, and those reports produced during World War II are greatly reduced due to paper shortages. Membership levels are therefore not included. It's my choice to present data in this way rather than have gaps showing their membership. Thirdly, the total membership levels do not take local differences into account. Some towers, for example Oxton, St Hilary's Wallasey and my own town Neston, membership levels remain relatively consistent. Others had a strong presence before fizzling out, for example Liscard in the late 1880s to the start of World War II. Other towers, for example Shotting and Thurston, have had either no or very little history of membership that have recently exploded. One final point about this chart is that numbers do not relate to the quality of ringing, nor does it say how many towers have ringing for Sunday servicing. This is one of the limitations of the sources we use in ringing history. I'll discuss this further in the second part of my talk. All of this may seem as if I'm questioning my own evidence. What I'm trying to suggest is that as historians and ringers in general, we need to look very carefully at the evidence, especially statistics, before we make decisions. We should not accept hypotheses or the evidence underpinning them without critically looking at the sources. Here I would like to point out one of my pet hates. Statistics, and in a more general way, scientific theories, are often reported as fact, when often they are merely a demonstration of evidence or a theory. In the early 20th century, historians tried to make history more scientific. But what they didn't realise, and many people still don't, is that science is based on the premise of a theory based on rigorous research with evidence backed up, and it is also a hypothesis to aid further study. This is surely what history is. This can be seen with the blind acceptance of so-called science-based reports, such as man-made climate change, or recently a report on safe drinking levels. That argument is for another time. The second concern that I wish to raise, again to highlight the need to think carefully about a perceived issue is that of attendance at local association meetings. There seems to have been a constant effort to try and boost the attendance at meetings. On the Wirral, when I was ringing master and in subsequent years, the general yearly average is in the mid-20s. Certain meetings generally seem to do well, for example the AGM, and often the striking competition if numerous bands enter. Others do less well. The general perception is that this attendance level is not entirely satisfactory, and that in the past attendance was a lot higher. In the 70s and 80s, attendance at meetings was usually averaging in the mid to high 30s, and occasionally in the early 40s. In the 1950s, there was even one year where the average attendance at branch meetings was 61. Here I would like to highlight the importance of looking at the longer term view. In the earlier years of the Wirral branch, the average was pretty similar to what it is now. We now seem to be back to a more sustainable level. It also begs the question, one which I raise regularly, but very rarely get an answer back: what constitutes a successful meeting? If I was a learner attending my first branch meeting and there were 60 people present, would I go away happy? Would I have had many rings? The answer to both of those questions would depend on the individual, but I suspect would probably be negative. This is an aside, but it is useful to think how ingrained perceptions need to be looked at carefully, questioned, and not merely accepted as fact. Another example of looking critically at evidence can be seen by looking at the number of appeals run. John Harrison stated in his concluding article about the first appeal project in 2015 that the number of people ringing appeals is declining. I agree with this, I'm not disputing it. The evidence provided by PLA supports it. And from a local level, the pool of ringers who are prepared to ring appeals in Cheshire and Merseyside is relatively small and has certainly declined. Allow me to highlight a point from the number of appeals run from the Chester Diocesan Guild since 1950 to illustrate the limitations of statistics. The red line shows the number of ringers, the blue one the number of appeals. The best year for both appeals rung and the number of people taking part, and incidentally, the number of people ringing their first appeal was at 1987, which coincided with the centenary of the Guild, with ringing appeals being part of the celebrations. It shows a dramatic decline in both appeals rung and ringers taking part after 1998, with a gradual improvement in the past couple of years. There are many reasons for this decline. As I mentioned, the pool of appeal ringers is relatively small. The number of towers where appeals can be rung regularly is equally small, and the number of towers where appeal requests are rejected is increasing. There are many social and demographic reasons behind this. However, what the chart doesn't show is that in 1998, when it suddenly drops, the rules for appeals run from the Chester Diocesan Guild will change. To stop certain individuals, well, one individual mainly, ringing appeals for the Guild with only one resident member and taking advantage of cheap appeal fee, the rules changed so that more than half of the band had to be resident members of the Guild. I suspect that the number of appeals run from the Chester Diocesan Guild in the period since the rule change is more of a true reflection of the capabilities of the Guild. Whether the rule change was right or wrong, and incidentally it's recently been rescinded, is beside the point. What is the point is that we need to look carefully at any evidence in detail and constantly to ask the question, why? Implicit in my use of evidence so far is the contention that bringing history can be useful. I am not alone in this, with many people using history to support arguments. Should this be the case is a very important question and has been hotly contested by historians discussing the study of history from the 19th century onwards. On one hand are the idealists who believe that history should be studied for its own sake with no fault utility. This was a key belief of historians who were 19th century historicism. One man from the 20th century who strongly believed in this was the conservative philosopher, historian and writer Michael Oakeshott. I found his writing absolutely fascinating and can recommend a collection of his essays entitled What is History and other essays. It is a worthy view on the study of history. The slight problem is that it is idealistic, and as Marnie Hughes-Warrington suggests, it excludes most of what we would call historical scholarship. We can see the search for relevance for history in schools and universities, there I say it, the work of the Central Council in trying to establish a position of the discipline as going against this idealist view. I would suggest that many people writing the history of ringing meet Oakeshott's ideals. The study of ringing history has largely been done out of interest in the past for its own sake, and its attempt to provide a coherent account of the past rather than an attempt to utilise it for any particular purpose. Many people do use history in a more practical manner. The search for progress by Whig historians, Marxist and religious scholars all search for progress from point A to point B, whether it be the formation of stable government, the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, or towards the final judgment. We can see the history of ringing as a search from the start to its current position. History has been used to provide answers to current problems and to predict the future. Ringers, politicians, journalists, sportsmen and women, not to mention historians, all fall into this category. Can history predict the future? Well, the historian Richard Evans clearly believes not. I quote from his entertaining and occasionally cutting book, Inventors of History, where he says, "It is always a mistake for a historian to predict the future." He also suggests that time and again, history has proved to be a very bad predictor of future events. The historian John Tosh also supports this view before suggesting that to do so is an habitual and unavoidable part of human reasoning. Why is it? Well, both Evans and Tosh both highlight the important belief that history, although it often appears to do the opposite, does not repeat itself. Tosh states, "No one historical situation has been or ever can be repeated in every particular detail." This may seem to contradict some of my earlier points, but it is very much worth remembering when we see evidence of the past being used to predict the future. The obvious question following this is, what can history be used for? Fortunately, historians give us some answers. History, Tosh suggests, summarising various historians, reminds us that there is usually more than one way of looking at a situation, and that rather than looking for a precedent, we should look at possibilities. The context provided by history can help us look at past options. What works, what doesn't, and apply them to different situations. Finally, Tosh suggests that the purpose of history is to anchor it in a real past instead of a mythical construction. Ringing history needs to look at all three uses proposed by Tosh. Looking at the issues facing ringers in the past, looking at how they dealt with them, and how successful or otherwise they can help us develop in the present day. The importance of providing a coherent and accurate history can help us avoid making mistakes, or possibly learning the wrong lessons provided by history. And now let's turn to look at the study of ringing history. I'll be looking at who has written the history of ringing and for whom. I'll ask how the historiography of ringing is developed, and we'll question if this can be challenged. The potential for ringing to be studied as part of an academic or popular history will be considered, and finally I will ask if a wider focus of ringing history can attract people to the exercise. My first point with regard to this is that ringing history has been written by ringers, primarily for ringers. Bell ringing and ringers have for the most part been ignored by academic or popular historians. The absence of interest has been acknowledged by one historian, Christopher Marsh, who included a chapter on bells and their ringers in his book Music and Society in early modern England. The reason for this lack of interest, Marsh believes, is that historians have tended to regard ringing as not properly a musical activity. This is likely, but I would also suggest that there are other causes for the lack of interest in ringing history amongst historians. From a personal point, prior to proposing ringing as a potential topic for my dissertation, it was relatively clear that the tutors who reviewed my proposal were not clear about the distinction of bell ringing and change ringing, and of the difference between bells hung to change ringing, hung in the tower, or that of carol. This lack of knowledge about bell ringing in general and change ringing in particular is a barrier not only for ringing history to get a foothold in academic history, but also for the wider public, who despite our best efforts are unaware or indifferent on exactly what we do. A focus originally on the state and its actors, and then a search for relevance by historians to justify funding, jobs and students, may perhaps also explain the lack of interest in ringing. Richard gave us a very good outline of ringing history, the historiography, so I'm not going to go through that. And I'm not going to give a detailed literature review, as you are probably aware of most of the books written on the history of ringing. I have said that the writing of ringing history is largely being left to ringers. We have to ask ourselves, is this a problem or not? Like most questions, there are pros and cons. As I have suggested above, ringing is not widely understood by non-ringers. Are non-ringers therefore qualified to write about ringing? Would not knowing the difference between a surprise and a delight method make a difference? Would they be more objective for the ringers in writing a history of ringing? For example, as the ringers do tend to assume that ringing is of prime importance. Is the social context more important than what was wrong, how many changes were run, and how long it took? In another study of ringing in early modern England, this time a PhD thesis by Robert Hill, it is stated that the primary focus of campanologists and bell historians has, and I quote, traditionally been upon bells as objects or upon bell founders, methods for ringing, bell technology, and bell ringers. Perhaps this narrow focus needs to widen in order to attract greater attention from professional historians. Despite the article by Catherine Hunt, a lecturer in English on the interest in methods during the 17th century, there has been nothing about England to match a study by Corbyn on the role of bells in political and social life in France. Of course, there are many sub-disciplines of history which have debated the merits or desirability of outsiders commenting on their group, identity and activity. Gender, sexuality, race and religion have all gone through consistent debates. The idea that only Christians can write about Christianity, or that only women can write the history of women, is perhaps an out-of-date view. However, if only ringers write the history of ringing, it could very quickly turn into autobiography, creating a vicious circle of it being of even less interest to non-ringers. As long as the subject is studied in a fair and consistent manner, I don't think it would matter if a non-ringer wrote the history of ringing. It's up to us as ringers interested in history to help the debate and ensure what is written about us and our way of life is accurate. Objectivity and the potential bias, both accidental and deliberate, are key issues for the study of history. I mentioned in the first section of this talk that we have to look at evidence critically. I cannot stress this enough. How we select and how we use evidence can affect our interpretation of history and of ringing. The choice of evidence we select as ringers may be very different to what would appeal to somebody looking at history from the outside. The misuse of history and the lasting impact of myth also need to be regarded. An example of this can be seen in the letters to the ringing world about this event today. One of the letters, criticising the choice of speakers, criticised the college use for its failure to allow women to be members before 1998, not mentioning that a number of women had been members before 1919, and to criticise an organisation for only allowing women to join 18 years earlier seems to me absurd. And of course no criticism was made of the women-only society, the Ladies' Guild. I say this not to spark controversy, but to show that what we write can have an impact on the historiography of ringing. Of course, there has also been a constant debate about the difference between amateurs and professionals. Much of what has been written on ringing history has, by definition, been written by amateurs, that is, by ringers. Perhaps that is another reason why professional historians have avoided the history of ringing. So what is the difference? Well, generally speaking, it has to be said, not very much. Perhaps professional historians include academic levels of referencing and footnotes. Perhaps they provide more context by having access to recent books and journal articles. However, I would point out that one of the main contributors to ringing theory, to historical theory, and probably the most widely read, E.H. Carr, who I mentioned earlier, was himself not a conventional historian. He studied classics at Cambridge before entering the Foreign Office. He didn't take a PhD. His first academic job was at the University of Aberystwyth as a professor of international relations before going into journalism. He then obtained a tutorship in politics at Balliol, before his final position as a senior research fellow at Trinity, Cambridge. The postmodern mantra of knowing who is the author of history can be quite enlightening at times. It is important to state that although ringers have been the main writers of the history of ringing, it has not entirely been ignored by historians. I have already cited the work by Marsh and Hill on the ringing in the early book modern period, and added to that is the article by Catherine Hunt, an English lecturer at Queen's, Oxford. we await her book about change ringing in the 17th century imagination. Urban historian Peter Borsay has also written on ringing, suggesting it should be included in urban musicology. Sadly, he does not mention ringing in his extensive work on provincial towns. Of course, it is always possible to combine academic study with a hobby. Professor Richard Johnston, a former president of the Central Council, has written a wide-ranging geographical article on ringing, which contains an introduction to ringing history. A few or more articles like that would, in my opinion, be very beneficial. Although I have highlighted that ringing has largely been ignored by professional historians and advanced some possible reasons why this has been the case, I do find it interesting that the history of ringing hasn't been picked up either. Richard Evans states that virtually everything of meaning or importance to contemporary humanity now has a written history. It is important to note that he does not distinguish between professional and the amateur. However, it is odd that the one subdiscipline of history in particular has not picked up on ringing, that of religious history. My own dissertation attempted, and reading it back probably failed, to link ringing and trends in religious history. The general historiography of religious history was one of generally declining interest and involvement in organised religion, especially in the Anglican Church, and specifically amongst the working classes. This decline in religious observance amongst the working classes, especially in the rapidly expanding urban areas, was highlighted by Christian commentators in the 19th century, for example by Reverend Dr. Thomas Chalmers in 1821, and the clergyman A.F. Winnington in 1896, as well as by Horace Mann in his report on the 1851 religious census. This contemporary 19th century view has shaped the work of religious historians, most notably Inglis and Wickham. However, more recent research has shown that not only was the decline not as bad as either contemporaries or subsequent historians have thought, but religious engagement was widespread. Private religion, the importance of the church in key parts of the life cycle, namely birth, death and marriage, albeit not necessarily in that order, and the community offered by the church institutions have all been identified within this sphere. The role of organisations like Sunday schools has been a major focus of historians, highlighting their contribution to working class life in terms of literacy, religious teaching, and in providing the opportunity of parents of having a couple of hours away from children in what were largely crowded terms, the contribution to the growing population. The expansion of formal ringing societies, their religious focus, the working and the lower middle class involvement was surely be worth a study. Many of those writing the history of ringing have identified the link between the Oxford movement and belfry reform. Although I think this is something that perhaps needs more research, the increased discipline of other groups within the church, most notably musicians and choirs, has been identified by some historians. Sheridan Gilly, today one religious historian, has identified the process without going on to comment on the civil process of bell rings, following the formation of the geographical associations. This saw the informal musicians of the early modern period being replaced by the organ and road choirs of the 19th century. This is still the case in many churches today. Elsewhere, Lisa Briggs also hints at a restriction of ringing for secular purposes in Birmingham in the 19th century without offering further explanation. Here again, lack of knowledge would seem to have prevented further discussion. The installation of bells, as well as things like stained glass, have also been highlighted by historians. Rosemary Sweet, for example, defines this as part of a national trend, but again does not develop the idea. The installation or augmentation of bells was often the final piece of a church jigsaw, a final luxury to complete the job. The installation of bells in churches could be seen as part of the increased confidence and wealth of the church going against the perception of decline. This again would be worthy of historical study. Perhaps the counter-argument could be levelled at those ringers who have contributed to the history of ringing. Perhaps the lack of wider context has had an impact on those who would seek to study the history of ringing from an outside perspective. This is something we have to address as ringing historians. Context is key. The general historiography of the gradual spread of change ringing, followed by a dramatic increase following the belfry reform movement itself driven by the Oxford movement, and its resulting institutions of the ringing press and the growth of territorial associations perhaps needs to be investigated further and possibly challenged. Religious history is not the only subdiscipline of history that could or should consider ringing as a topic of investigation. In fact, as a recent debate on ringing as a sport, we should perhaps not restrict ourselves by linking ringing with religion. The history of leisure could also be a key area of research, as well as cultural and music history. I'm sure we can all think of other subdisciplines that might benefit from the study of ringing, and of course might help members understand the past, the present, and who knows the future. As I've previously outlined, who has written the history of ringing, I'll now turn to how it has been written. In his book entitled What Sport Tells Us About Life, the former England and Middlesex cricketer and now author, journalist and commentator analyses how historians would write the history of the 2005 Ashes series between Australia and the victorious England team. The wing historian, he says, would have written a multi-volume, long-term overarching theory, including progress by meritocracy, the emergence of a new world sporting power, and the ending of the class ring anachronisms that were previously part of the game. The institutional or administrative historian would highlight the restructuring of the English game and the institutional reforms that led to things like central contracts. The so-called great men historians such as Carlyle, with apologies to those who are offended by non-PC language, will focus on the players involved. Finally, Smith outlines a view of the counterfactual historian that it could have been very different if, for example, Glenn McGrath had stepped on a stray cricket ball during a warm-up, or if Ricky Ponting hadn't chosen to bat the ball first at edge pass. Ringing history can be and has been clearly, certainly in the first three interpretations. The overarching history of progress and development can be seen, for example, by the three-volume Change Ringing the History. The administrative and institutional history of ringing has been demonstrated by a large number of studies on the societies, both geographical and non-geographical, and the history of the Central Council. Great men and increasingly great women histories can be seen in books or collections of individuals who worked on by the Biographies Committee, for example, or the two giants of the exercise books. A counterfactual approach could be taken to examine Catherine Hunt's suggestion that change ringing was only one response to the question of what to do with bells hung in churches. Why did change ringing develop in Britain, primarily England, and not on mainland Europe? If a booze-driven, noise-obsessed use turned to something else, would we be here today? Of course, these aren't the only interpretations of history. Local history is a prime example that we could use, and many of the histories of bell ringing have concentrated on ringing at the local level. I mentioned gender history before, but a gendered interpretation could be valid. Ringing, certainly until 1915, was an exclusively male-dominated world. And that's quite interesting because the history of religion shows that women, the church provided a major public sphere for women. It's people like David and Hall said it was their only public sphere. One final method of interpretation is a class-based history of ringing. It's been identified that the early days of change ringing was driven by the upper classes before passing down to the lower classes in the 19th century, and finally ending up with the middle classes today. This perceived view needs to be researched more thoroughly, in my view, with the dynamic between the groups being an interesting topic of study. Carl Graves' entertaining book on forbidden methods demonstrates that class conflict can be a focus for study. Finally, of course, there is always a postmodernism with a concentration on language over experience, that the histories we assign to things are, as Keith Jenkins reminds us, composed, created, constituted, and always situated literatures, and that they carry within them their own author's philosophy on the present, the past, and the future. I think that a lot of what has been written does this, and in case you accuse me of being a hypocrite, I would say I have done that today. Thinking about the theory of ringing history and the possible interpretations for how we write it may seem like a waste of time, and that we should just research and write rather than get bogged down with theory. It is important, however, as how we write history and how we have written it in the past affects how we look at not only the history of ringing, but also how we look at the present and key points today, the future. But we have not done this as ringers is perhaps not surprising, as it has been suggested that historians have also unloaded it. Michael Oakeshott, for one, believed that the philosophy of history should be left to philosophers, as historians tended to become too absorbed in their research to turn their thoughts back onto themselves. I think the range and volume of available sources makes ringing a potential area of academic study. We're running short of time, so I'll assume that you know all the sources of history we can use. It's our job as ringing historians who to actually publicise those to make sure that they can be used and utilised. Of course, as I mentioned previously, the sources aren't perfect, and we've tended to keep and maintain items as are of interest to us as ringers. Peel books, for example, are fascinating, but are they as interesting to someone looking at, for example, the leisure activities of the working classes in the 19th century, or for religious observance? I think they can be, we just need to shift our focus slightly in recording or reporting them. The evidence is also highly skewed towards the top end of ringing. Peels are recorded, the people who turn up to ring call changes in a village church generally aren't. As ringers and ringing historians, we need to try and find evidence of both. Talking of sources, it is interesting to note that they provide a clue to the perception of ringing within the wider non-ringing public. What I mean by this is that coverage in the press of bell ringing in the 18th and 19th century would suggest a wider knowledge of ringing and a more widespread interest than there is today. I would be very surprised to see an appeal reported in the local press today, whereas it used to be fairly commonplace. Another example can be seen in the way that bells are often included in local trade directories. The 1902 edition of Kerry's Directory of Cheshire, for example, contains references to bells of each tower, Ulborough, and Wylie County of Cheshire. Knowledge of the quality of bells is part of the detail of detailing of year and installation. This is in comparison to the most recent collection of histories of Cheshire churches, where I believe there was a conscious decision not to include details of bells. It would be great if previous levels of interest and knowledge could be regained. Perhaps ringing history could play a part in this. Perhaps we should ask if it is necessary for non-ringing historians, either academic or popular, to write about ringing history. Perhaps not, but as history with a capital H has become so popular, we are perhaps missing an opportunity to spread the word about ringing. Think of the amount of books written and published each year. Think about the history programmes, websites, popular and non-academic magazines. Think of the number of museums covering practically everything that could possibly be shown. Yes, many of these concentrate on general topics that are heavily weighted towards the 20th century, but also think of a number of local history projects that inspire imagination, not to mention the rise of family research. Ringing history can provide a valuable introduction to our wonderful world of bell ringing. I think you've probably gathered by now that I think we should be encouraging a wider study of ringing history. Hopefully I managed to outline some of the possible things we can do. Firstly, we need to have an ongoing theoretical debate on how we should write the history of ringing, its interpretations and methodology. We need to write more articles, deliver talks to local history societies, and have more events like today to provide a focus on ringing history. Articles need to be written for both ringers and non-ringers. Linked to this, we need to think carefully on the available evidence and sources and show that there are elements of ringing that can and should be studied. Providing context to link bell ringing in the wider world is also a key part for moving forward. We should encourage our young ringers who go off to university to look into and to study ringing. Of course, we have lots of older ringers who may be persuaded to study for a degree after retirement. They should also be encouraged to write about ringing. Finally, and this is probably the most controversial suggestion, is a central council-led focus on ringing history. Today we have two committees who have a historical focus. The combined efforts of the Library and Biographies Committee have led to this event today. Perhaps a long-term proposal that we should consider is a merger of the two committees to produce a combined ringing history committee. This would not control the writing of ringing history, but would be a focus for its encouragement and development. A model, I suppose, would be the compositions committee, where composition is carried out by many people with a committee to collect and encourage composition. Perhaps this is a debate for another time. Ringing and history are both passions for me, and I think the combination of the two can and should be pushed as much as possible. We should encourage ringers to read, write, and debate the history of ringing. We should encourage those who write, research, and read history, but ringing is not only an interesting subject to study. Who knows, it could be a great source of potential new ringers. Thank you for listening.
Well, David gives us a lot to think about, but unfortunately in doing so, he's used quite a bit of the question time. So we've only got time for a couple of questions before lunch. At lunch, I'm sure you'll all approve of our decision to start lunch on time. You'll notice there is a slot after lunch allocated for an update on the work of the two committees that sponsored this event. We both decided we could do that in quite a short period, so there will be time for more questions to David after lunch, and then we'll move on to our third speaker. So can I just have one or maybe two, depending on how long the answer is, questions before we break for lunch? One from John.
Thank you. Our speakers were, of course, aware that there are a number of theses and projects and things that have been done on history of change ringing and other aspects of bells, and which are lodged in the Central Council Library, and they are listed on the website. And of course, we do know of others as well. Could I just point out that for most of those, probably all, at least one element in writing the project or thesis is some knowledge of change ringing. Either perhaps the supervisor or the student themselves. The supervisor will give guidance as to how to research and so on, whereas the one writing the thesis has sort of knowledge of the background. And there are quite a wide range of theses in the Central Council Library. So Colin Lewis at Grahamstown, one of the students, did a thesis on bell tuning, and there are others. The danger in the equation, I think, is that if you've got a supervisor and a student who knows nothing about change ringing, then the result is not necessarily satisfactory. And you mentioned Catherine Hunt, and I must quote that as an example where neither the supervisor nor the person doing the thesis had any knowledge of change ringing. Certainly she gained a knowledge. She had one visit to the belfry at Southwark Cathedral, and based on that she did, in her PhD thesis, which is submitted in May 2013, pontificated about how ringers learn change ringing. And I'm sure that we would like to know that properly. And also, she looked at various standard sources, but she didn't even consult the Central Council Library, either in my time or in Alan's time. And she would, if she had consulted that, then the various errors which occur in her thesis would not have occurred. She had rather an odd attitude. She described in her introduction about the weirdness of change ringing. Now, I know I'm a different generation. It means something different to the present generation, but that's not awfully complimentary. So, fine, an academic study, but they should know something about it before they start.
Brief reply, David?
Yeah, I think I mentioned in my presentation, I do agree with you. I read Catherine Hunt's article.
Which is a thesis.
I'm not a thesis, but yeah. That's the issue when non-ringers write things all about ringing. I think the point you make about the not consulting the Central Council or the library, I think is something we need to push so that people know where to come or how to find the information. The amount of sources there are, well, it could be overwhelming for somebody who doesn't know anything about ringing. So I think yes, you're right.
Okay. Maybe I can suggest that the fact that historians and supervisors don't know anything about ringing is a symptom of the fact that we failed to educate the public what ringing is about. However, I'd like to conclude or suspend the question section for the moment, because it is now lunchtime. We will resume questions for David after lunch before brief updates. So, any minute, I imagine the hatch will open and you'll all... Thank you once again, David.
Very cool.
particularly for people who wait. We're going to carry on at the moment using this mic, but if anybody's near enough to speak to one of these other microphones, that would probably help people who are remote. But if you're at the back, rather than climbing out over everybody, we will still have this to pass around. So, remembering all those things that David said, next question.
Thanks, David. I really enjoyed your talk. And I'm one of those old retired people who's doing a degree, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Just to quote Catherine Hunt again, one of the things she said in her thesis was that academic approach to bell ringing history had been sweepingly telescopic, and that bell ringers' approach to it was microscopic. It was myopically microscopic. Now, it doesn't matter whether you agree with that or not, but I think we can agree that it would be a good idea to move the academics somewhere into the middle ground, and possibly to move some of the ringing history in the middle ground. If we want to get academics more interested, do you think there's a case for making the ringing world into a peer-reviewed journal? It's an interesting question. It's currently a newspaper. Well, I'm asking whether it wants to change. Academics have terrible difficulty getting published in academic journals. If we provide one which is properly peer-reviewed, then the kind of issues that we can all raise with Catherine's research, there's an opportunity to look at those before work gets published.
I think it's an interesting idea, really, in terms of getting it over. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's an interesting idea for to get people peer reviewed before publishing anything, really. I think, as John was saying before, if academics don't know anything about ringing, they can get details wrong. If we, well, if for example she'd had a chance to, or she made the effort to have it reviewed by ringers, I'm sure it would have benefited her and us. So I think yes.
Okay, another question over here, Sing.
It's more follow-up to Gavin's point. If the ringing world was peer-reviewed, it would solve all their financial problems as a blow, because, of course, academic journals, you actually pay to have your paper published.
Not all.
Most.
No.
Especially if you want it to be open access, you have to pay a vast amount, because I deal with that sort of thing. So
no, I've published 100 papers, well over 100 papers. I've never paid once in peer-reviewed journals to have papers published.
well, I'm talking about scientific journals.
Exactly.
So, well...
This sounds like a side issue. Can we
you can have to pay.
That's controversial of his own right. Can we have another question to Richard, please? Sorry, to David, I should say. Does that make a difference? Any more questions? Yes, David's got one.
Again, this came in via the internet. Just to say, it seems that there's a lot of ground covered in the talk, and actually there seems to be a lot of enthusiasm to see whether you'd be interested in turning it into a Ringing World article. That was. So it's not really a question, but more of a suggestion.
Just clarify, is that David into a Ringing World or the whole event?
David's
Yeah.
talk into a Ringing World article.
I'm sure Robert would be delighted to hear that suggestion. Right, there was another speaker somewhere in the middle of when.
Could I just say, I believe there were issues about hearing my speed of delivery, and the talk will be published on the internet at some point, somewhere.
All the papers and presentations will be on the net. Not quite sure yet, but that'll be there. But a Ringing World article as well might be beneficial. Now, another question. I'm sure there was one when David interrupted because Richard was about heading somebody. No? Have we all done? Amazing. Okay, in that case, thank you, Richard. David. It's a sign of senility. Right, we'll now move on to the next bit. Stella's going to give you a quick update on the Library Committee, and then I'll give you a quick update on the Biographies Committee.
Thank you, John. Have you all seen this? This is Bookmark the Library. This is our way of branding ourselves, and we use this at the Ringing Roadshow. And we found it to be very effective. We are an organisation or group, and the library is tucked away near Shrewsbury, and this is why we hold outreach days. And this is the third one that I've been involved with. But of course, Bill Butler was the first one to organise an outreach day in 1997, and the papers were all written up, and some of them are really interesting now. But before I move on, Bill is very disappointed not to be with us today, because he does enjoy coming, and unfortunately he's not well and been in hospital. I think, is he, yes please.
Bill has been quite seriously ill since before Christmas and has spent a lot of time in the Royal Parks. They've recently moved him to the community hospital nearer his home, but he's still not well enough to receive visitors. He's on very, very strong antibiotics. He's really not a well bunny at all.
Bobby, please take our best wishes.
I will do. Yeah, I'm
gathering.
sure he'll be very pleased.
Thank you very much. Now, on the occasion of this paper, Chris Ridley wrote a paper on the future as he saw it, and what would he considered what a ringing library would be like in 2068. He predicted libraries would see a major shift of emphasis towards being a source of ringing information rather than an archive of just historical interest. So is this happening now? I mean, we haven't got to 1668, of course, but perhaps we ought to be looking to a 2020 vision at least. So 20 years on, the library steward receives most of his inquiries by email, and he answers them by email, and very often he attaches a scanned document. So it's quicker and more efficient and cheap. So there we are. The Library Committee website, if you haven't been there, I do encourage you to go and visit. We have scans now from all the ringing magazines. Church Bells just had a single page in each issue, and Alan Glover has painstakingly scanned each of these pages, and they're now available. And then we've got 10 years of Bell News, and in time we will put all Bell News up. And then the two magazines that only lasted 6 months each, which were Campanology, and the other one was the Bell Ringer. And not online yet, but we're very happy to sell you DVDs of the Ringing World, starting in 1911 and now ending with 2000. So this is no mean achievement, and I must say we owe a huge debt to Paul Johnson, because whilst it was started in Chris Ridley's time and Bill Butler's time, and lots of committee members have been involved, they've been the prime movers. Now, of course, when you come to talk about databases, we are very, very spoilt in having the Dove database, which has been built on over time, and it's all been free. And how John Baldwin has funded it, I really don't know. And there it is, available for us at our fingertips. And going back historically now, we've got John Isel's company today. What dedicated research he has picked up from Cyril Ratton and developed all the Order and Disorder publications. Not to be shown online, but to be enjoyed and dipped into. So I hope you visited our sales table on that. And just before I finish, I must mention, if you're not a friend of the library, and I'm sure most people in the room are, we would welcome your company. We have our new newsletter here today, and our essay, which Will Willens has written. I can't see him now. There he is, over there. Thank you very much, Will. It's his second one. So that's a little bonus that you receive when you subscribe. And without the friend of the library, we wouldn't be here today. Guild librarians, there are 7 guild librarians here, and a couple of suggestions which were made by Chris Ridley in here were about recording interviews with well-known local ringers. So the Biographies Committee want to have well-known ringers recorded on paper, but it's also extremely interesting if we manage to get a recording of them as well, if that's assuming they're still alive, of course. And recording bells for Bells on Sunday broadcast is another good idea. Well, that's me and the library committee, and I'd like to hand over to John now for his update.
Okay, thanks, Philip. My notes said I'd start with a quick recap, but listening to the speakers this morning, it occurs to me I should explain the history before explaining where we are now. The Biographies Committee had a rather unusual start. In 1935, Council decided it was a good idea to have a record of former members, their work, and if possible a picture. In the 21st century, Council looked at that and said, gosh, that's incredibly introverted. You should be considering everybody else. And our remit was widened, so we weren't just supposed to be recording ringers, recording council members, we were supposed to be recording ringers at large, whoever. I should say that the decades between 1935 and then were spent with a continual backlog of trying to catch up, because if you think about it, the council had been nearly half a century in existence by the time the Biographies Committee was formed. So in 2009, our terms of reference were widened to include ringers in general, and last year we asked for an increase in our own remit so that we didn't just create information, we had a specific duty to try to make it more available, to promote its use, and to promote the more widespread interest in ringing history. And our collaboration with the Libraries Committee, which run all these previous events, is an indication of the fact we are trying to do that. What have we done in recent years? Well, we caught up the backlog that lasted for decades to a large extent, and more significantly, everything is now on the web. You've all, I hope, seen those massive volumes of beautiful calligraphic records which used to live in the library, and in due course will go back into the library, but they are now all on the web, and all the ones we create in recent times are also on the web, so that is now the several hundred more. We've got nearly 1,000 records, there's several more waiting to go up there. Obviously, they keep generating. New projects, we've been specifically trying to extend, as well as taking in non-ringers, we've been trying to extend the remit, non-council members, extend the remit backwards. Obviously, council members started when the council started, and thanks to John Eisel, who gave us permission to reuse the material in his books Giants of the Exercise, we are now creating records as part of our collection based on those people. So history now doesn't start with A.P. Haywood, it starts with Stedman or whoever. We're steadily working our way through those. And we've got a similar agreement from Jones and Ingram to do the same with the people who are featured in Birmingham in the recollections of John Day. So those are ongoing. I'm sure you're all aware of Bill Butler's Giants of the Exercise. Bill Butler's, my brain isn't working today, is it? Bill Butler's prolific peel ringers. He's been working his way through the 1,000 peel ringers. We're currently up to about 40. As well as being published in the ringing world, they also go on our website. They'll be permanently available for researchers or people to look at. So much for the present and what we've done. We have aspirations. One of our aspirations is to provide a richer way into our collection. We've got a collection, as I say, of nearly 1,000 records. If you know the name of the person, that's easy, you just look them up. If all you know is you're interested in people who rang for Surrey Association, or people who were conductors, or people who are on the council committee for whatever, you haven't got that. Now, long-term view is that there'll be multiple ways in. We're inspired by a similar thing on Scottish history, where you've got a timeline and you've got a geography. That is not anywhere there yet. Partly it will depend on the new facilities on the council website, which we're hoping will happen in the not too distant future.
We've got some preliminary work. Shortly we hope to have on the web a list of all the societies, ringing societies we know about, roughly what they were and who they morphed into and why they were created and why they died. That will eventually become one of the index into ringers, but it's not there yet. We're facing a number of issues. One, of course, with this wider remit is how do you decide who's significant? Obviously, you can't record every ringer, you know, there are too many. Significant ringers, but how do you decide? Council ringers are easy, they get fed to you on a conveyor belt. You know, it's a known target. We ask them to fill in a form when they join, and some of them do, so at least we know where to look. Even the most basic information, where people were, tells you where to look. There's a few obvious examples, people like Alison Regan, you know, sticks up, obviously worth recording. But there are lots of people probably, between those who probably don't merit a place and those peaks, that we don't know about, they're not fed to us. Occasionally you spot somebody in the obituaries. Mura Ree was an example. I haven't got the pronunciation right. I mean, clearly a significant person, and I think Pat's written it, or have you written it yet? Or? Yeah, you've done it, haven't you? Yeah, it's not on the web yet. So people like to stick out, but there must be a lot of others who you know locally were significant figures, would be worth recording in this collection for future generations to look at. So please let us know. The other problem is how to get information. And at the moment, we ask people to fill in the form when they join the council. We have an aspiration to think, well, how can you do that for people in general? And the obvious thing is that let them submit it themselves, or let others submit it for them. We're not talking about anything secret, we're talking about basic, you know, master of this, rang at such and such a tower, member of, whatever. And we have this vision of a sort of an online wiki where you can just contribute information, so it's a bit like an online who's who, which would then be something we control, we can monitor. When people die, we can pick off the information. We know where to look because we know what people have been doing. We've mentioned that when we've started thinking. It's not happened yet, but it's a long-term aspiration. We'd like to get people more involved. Talking about people getting more involved, we would like to get more of a dialogue between historians and librarians in societies and ourselves. Often we get contacted, have you got any information about X? Sometimes we go to them and say, can you provide information on Y? We feel that that two-way traffic would be useful, beneficial. And another thing we're starting to think about, and it links to what David was saying about the wider world. There are lots of people out there doing family history. Most ringers have families. Quite a lot of families have ringers in them. So we are trying to think about making links into the world of family history. That could help us. It could also help to give ringing a much higher profile as something that people know about and fall over. Not happened yet, we're thinking about how best to do it. So I think that's probably the main thing. If I can just switch gears slightly onto the public, it was said that ringing historians' history is written by ringers for ringers. All the books I've written have been aimed at the general public. There's that one, which I suppose most people know of. What you probably haven't seen, because it's the only one in existence at the moment, is that one. That will hit the bookshops in March. Bells and Bell Ringing. It's a successor to the one written by John Camp in the 60s, but it's a completely different book. I wrote it because I wanted to communicate what ringing is about to the general public. My editor, when I criticised the picture on the front, because I wanted to include people and bells, he said, oh, well, you know, ringers will know what it means. And I said, I'm not writing for ringers. Anyway, so what's the bullshit? That's Shy Publishing. You probably all know Shy. So that's all. That's what the Biographies do. We are very aware that we're in a period of transition. We're trying to find a new role. We're trying to look more broadly. We're trying to be much more useful than just writing down that old Fred was a member of the council. We're trying to get more people interested in history. We're probably not getting everything right yet, but we are trying. So, I've not run over my time. Excellent. Any questions? No, thank you. All yours, Stella. We have a problem. Steve is not due until past. Will people not sign in until past?
They can miss the first 5 minutes.
Well, we could talk among ourselves for 5 minutes, can't we? John, do you need
Association reports.
Yeah.
It's librarian. Yes. If you fan through a lot of those, you've got all notable people from our appeals, the association offices and such like.
So,
Is that the sort of thing that you're wanting for files?
Alright, we're ready to start. Well, good afternoon to our afternoon session and to all our webcam observers. And there are 32 people who are watching online, which I think is a wonderful number. Now, Steve Coleman is well known worldwide and he really doesn't need any introduction. So I persuaded him if he would come and talk to us this afternoon, and the topic is Women in Ringing, the Past, the Present and the Future. And you might recall that in the ringing world there was an objection to why we were having a male speaker on talking about women. Anyway, it was challenged. as you probably read. So we'll now find out that Steve will more than answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I'm not a woman. That's just the way it is. And of course, this is the pudding session, so if you want to nod off, I promise not to draw attention to the fact. As long as you don't snore too loud. Anyway, so what's the first record we have of a woman ringing bells?
Here we are.
No, before then.
Oh.
No, even before that, 895. 895. In those days, England, there wasn't an England as a state as such, so the whole of Europe, theologically, there was a kind of theological EU, where big wig clerics got together and told people what they should and shouldn't do. And so in 895 they had a thing called the Council of Paris, and this is what they said, and I was going to read it to you in medieval Latin, but as it's the afternoon, I've got a translation. And they said this: we confirm that usury is a sin. We confirm that remarriage following divorce as a result of fornication is adultery. We prohibit women from church decoration and housekeeping because they pollute vessels and linen by cleaning them. We forbid nuns to continue to light candles. We forbid nuns to continue to ring bells. How about that? 895. There's the first record I can find of women ringing. We don't know how they were ringing, or what they were ringing, or where they were ringing, but they were nuns and they were apparently ringing. Now, we do know that in nunneries, that's kind of the female version of monasteries, you understand that, don't you? In nunneries, women were the only people allowed except priests who could allowed in to take services. Sometimes the nuns took services themselves, so they weren't supposed to, but generally priests came in to take the services. Other than that, no men whatsoever, completely men-free zones, okay? Nonetheless, they had bells, so obviously someone had to ring, and clearly the nuns must have done it. Now, I spent ages trying to find evidence of this, but at last I found a photograph, or at least it would be a photograph. I hadn't invented the camera then, so it's actually an illuminated medieval manuscript, and I put one on your tables. There are 3 there. And actually, you can see that comes from 1290, 1290. And if you look in the top of the picture, you can see a nun is ringing 2 bells while being supervised. And for viewers at home, she's like this. And she's got 1 bell in each hand, and she's heaving away. And she's bending at the knees. You can't see that on the camera because Poppy John's in the way. But anyway, she's bending at the knees, so she's giving a real welly. So the bells are swinging quite a long way round. Obviously, it's not full circle ringing, but nonetheless, it is. What did you call it? What Richard had a word for it, for chiming like that. Swing chiming. That's it. So he's doing that. Clearly, that must have carried on right up to the dissolution. Did they invent change ringing? Did they invent what wasn't called call changes? I'm sorry, it was called call changes. but did they? Possibly they did. There is some suggestion that they may have been ringing bells orderly and in different orders. So it may be women who invented change ringing. However, whatever happened, later on came the dissolution. Right? So we've only been going 3 minutes. We've already done the first 600 years. You'll be pleased. You'll be pleased we're not hanging around. So come the dissolution. The dissolution of the monasteries and nunneries, that was that great period of quantitative easing and redistribution of wealth done by Henry VIII. And so end of nunneries, end of monasteries. Ringing carried on after that. And the great thing, as far as we're concerned, the great thing about the ringing after that, and probably before, was that the bulk of it was secular. Just like Richard was. It was secular. These were people who were ringing for pleasure, ringing because the public wanted them to ring. It was not a religious act at all. The fact that the bells ring churches, so what? The weather vanes on the top of the church, that's not theological. That's secular. The sundial in the churchyard, that's secular. The clock, not many clocks then, but there have been since about 1880 quite a lot of church clocks, they're secular. And of course, at one time, churches were in any case public buildings. The theological part was up the chancel up by the altar, but the main nave was for the public. So it's perfectly reasonable that the ringing then was secular. So when we looked at these clerics saying nuns should not continue to ring bells, maybe they were being theological. But if we're talking about after dissolution and women not ringing, we're talking about sexism. That's exactly what we're talking about. And that's why that's interesting for what we're considering today, is because the issue of women in ringing is an issue only of sexism. If women had always been welcome to ring, there'd be no history to write. It would be like writing the history of ringers with freckles. It would mean nothing. Or with red hair, or with long noses. So the whole time we're looking at the question of sexism. And that, when we look in the past, we're also looking at the present. Dave was saying about what can you learn from the past. But one thing you can learn from the past, you can say, what were these people saying about women then? Are we saying something similar now? Do we have a problem now which is similar to what went on then? And the advantage of looking at these things is because we can look at it and say, does that seem reasonable to us, the way they acted then? Are we being unreasonable now? And I shall show that we are, I hope. So, it seems in the 17th and 18th century, by and large, women didn't ring. But was there any objection to it? And I quote here, this is from the Sussex Weekly Advertiser, or Lewis Journal, of the 18th of February, 1760. London, February the 14th. From Gillingham, we have received the following account, that on the 4th instant was married there Mr. Samuel Wellesbourne, a perfumer, aged 67, to Mrs. Elizabeth Thompson, a maiden lady, aged 75, who was brought to church on horseback behind a farmer's servant, but without either pillion or saddle, whilst the bridegroom came deliberately after on his crutches. This is the ringing bit coming. I thought you'd like that. 6 young maidens went into the belfry and rung the bells, exulting to think that if they lived to the age of 80, they should even then find admirers. 1760. Do we believe it's true? Of course we don't. You'll notice it said February the 14th. What is February the 14th? Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day in the 18th century was very different. They didn't go out and have candlelit dinners and send absurd expensive cards to each other. Instead, they had a lot of very traditional, very local customs relating to marriage and, if I may use the word, in mixed company, fertility. Okay? So it was a... Yes, I see you're shocked there, Richard. But,
anything about that is shocked.
Yeah, that's right. Quite. But this is the point. It wasn't considered shocking, the idea of 6 women ringing. And similarly, we get to 1770. This is the Cambridge Chronicle and Journal. They all had long names, papers in those days. 29th of September 1770. On Friday last, a new peal of bells cast by Mr. Henry Harrison, that's John's great-great-grandfather, of Barrow, was opened at Sibsey in Lincolnshire, on which changes were immediately rung by 5 ladies. Now, were they? Who's to say? It's true that he did put the bells in. It's true that the date and all the rest of it, whether there was 5 ladies ringing, whether they chimed them, whether they swung chime them, who knows? But there was no sense of shock. And that's the important point. And even when we get up to the early 19th century, we get some idea of how many people were ringing, if they were women. And one of the interesting things is, the Earl of Portsmouth. You've all heard of the Earl of Portsmouth? No. Well, the 3rd Earl of Portsmouth, you've heard of the Earl. Yes, the Vampire Earl, he was known as. He was the most famous ringer in history, the Vampire Earl. And in fact, he used to dress up in black and dance behind the funeral processions of complete strangers. It was big news. I mean, the Sunday papers at the time were full of what the Vampire Earl was doing that week. He attacked his servants. He did all sorts of things like that. But one of the things was, later on in life, when he's already gone 40, and the person who was looking after him, who was supposed to be his sister, arranged for the Earl to marry the solicitor's daughter. And it's quite intriguing because Lord Byron, you know Lord Byron, even non-ringers read Lord Byron. Anyway, he was the best man, and he was trying to get his own back. Well, the point is they had a child, and so all the family started saying, this is a dreadful thing. We ought to do something about this because our inheritance is going to go to this child, you see. So they challenged it through the lunacy commissioners. The lunacy commissioners, which had no sense. And the lunacy commissioners decided that he was a lunatic. And they said he used to flog his horses unmercifully from a sadistic turn of mind. He had a still more decided delusion of his own, relevant to lancets and tapes and basins in women's pockets. I don't understand that. If it's smutty, tell me later, I don't understand. But the third thing, this one really hits home. As further proofs of his insanity may be added his propensity for bell ringing. Not, as sometimes young men will do, for exercise, but to share the money. This too, by a nobleman of 40 at his own parish church and near his own residence. So this is the legal precedent which shows that ringing for weddings is a sign of insanity. Just remember that. It's never been overruled. But the point was, he rang at Hurstbourne Prize in Hampshire. And because of all the details in the papers, we know all about the local band. And the local band was all male at the time, there's no doubt about it. In fact, he tried to strangle a child, a 13-year-old member of the local band, by throwing his rope round the child's neck when he pulled off a hand stroke. And this all came out before the lunacy commissioners, but they decided that was less of a sign of lunacy than actually ringing for money. Is that extraordinary? Before the days of safeguarding, you see. So, but at the same time, we do know that sextons were ringing because they rang full circle, because it's easier than chiming, and they had to do that quite frequently. Sextons were frequently women. We know they were women, there's lots of records to show that. Also, sextons' wives took their husbands' duties. The women who were sextons were generally women who had inherited the job when their husband died. It was quite common. So there were women who were ringing full circle. It appears even earlier. You've all read the Lawton manuscript. You can get it from the library. I give the library a plug. The world's first diagram was 1733 to 1755. 1733, 1735. And he wrote this amazing thing, unfortunately in rhyme. But he actually refers to finding a woman ringer when they tried to ring at St. Peter's Broad Street. In fact, he said, and I'm not sure to say this if it's going out, but he wrote all this in verse, and it says, "A cross-grained, fat-arsed bitch, goddamn her, she's legs as big as a paviour's rammer." which at least scans. I apologise. 32 people listening at home. In fact, in the thing, he actually puts little dots under bitch, so you'd be CH. But this is the point. It's incredibly rude. It's incredibly. I mean, we gasp at that nowadays, don't we? But you're seeing in there a kind of sexism from those male ringers at the time towards women generally, not just towards women ringers. I mean, it's absolutely appalling. And she was disinclined to let them in. That's why he got upset about it. In those days, you could simply go up in the belfry and ring. Anybody went along and rung. The Lawton Band, the roving ringers, as they call themselves. They were called roving ringers. Why are they called roving ringers? Because the people who frowned on them called them roving ringers. Because that was a rude term connected with the sexual activity of rabbits. I don't know if you know that in the 18th century. Why they call it, I don't know about the roving ringers nowadays. Anyway, so much for that. But we get on to the early 19th century. And then from the early 19th century, the late 19th century. Now you read lots of ringing histories, and they say women started ringing because the bells were hung better, and so it got easier. How many times have you read that? It's absolute nonsense, total and utter balderdash in every possible way. I must say this strongly. It's a very useful thing for people to keep spouting. They've been spouting it for the last 130 years, but it was nonsense. Women then were very strong. I have here some figures from the 1841 census, right? Women working in mining, 6,133. In metal manufacturing, 1,600. Agricultural labourers, this is women agricultural labourers, 79,000. General labourers, 15,000. Washerwomen, 51,000. Women domestic service, just under 1 million. Women working as blacksmiths, 512. These were very, very strong women. They could easily ring bells. And, as David will point out, most of these figures are probably vastly understated, because at that time it was not acceptable if you could, you showed higher social status if you could say your wife didn't work. So if you said she was a housewife, rather than she helps me make nails or she helps me in the blacksmith, you had a higher status. And it was quite strong. I mean, when Queen Victoria filled in her census, she put down head of household, and that in Windsor, head of household, Queen Victoria said, that was okay. But a woman in Portsmouth put head of household, and then under husband, he turns my mangle, and there was outrage about it. So we can be pretty certain that these figures were understated, so that women were then very, very strong. And indeed, in any event, simple housework, what we would say is simple housework, involved an enormous amount of physical labour. I mean, simply carrying around buckets of coal. You know, I mean, there's a fine Punch cartoon which shows a footman walking up the stairs holding a tray with a little note on it, and stepping up behind him is a housemaid, with a great scuttle of coal, and it says underneath, man's work, woman's work. I mean, that's how it was. You know, if you were a dairy maid, that was really, really hard work, carrying these huge things, churning these great churns around all the time. They were very strong women, as long as they were fed sufficiently and drank enough porter. That's kind of stout. They were very strong. So they could easily ring. So what really happened in the 1990s? Quite simply, society changed. And society changed very, very quickly in the 1890s. Very, very quickly. One of the things that we haven't learned as ringers is society changes quickly. At the moment we have the Ringing Trends Committee, which it seems to me, I'm sure they're very nice people, excuse me if you're listening, I'm sure they're very nice people, they're doing a grand job, but it seems to me they're still trying to solve the problems when they were set up, which is the year 2000. The world's moved on since then. You've really got to be moving fast to keep up with change. And for example, I quote here about cycling, because a similar thing arose. In 1890, women on a bicycle was considered shocking. It was risque, because a woman had to put her legs apart, you see, to get on a bicycle, even though they were that different shape, but they're not supposed to. Right. By 1900, women everywhere were cycling. In 10 years, you went from it being considered shocking to being considered normal. 10 years. And this is 1890. We're not talking about 2016. So, I mean, here's the cycling writer, Constance Everett Green, her name was. She had a double barrel, you see, because that's how in 1894, she wrote, early in 1894, it is still more or less of an open question in England whether ladies can, with propriety, ride the bicycle. And then in 1895, she wrote, it would hardly be too much to say that in April 1895, one was considered eccentric for riding a bicycle, whilst by the end of June, eccentricity rested with those who did not ride. And by the time 1900 came along, there were already two cyclists, Lady Cyclist, Wheelwoman and Society Cycling News. You know, lovely. They had such lovely titles. It was a big thing. You can follow the same thing through, things changing very, very fast around that time and since. You can do the same thing with roller skating. Roller skating really took off in 1900. I mean, as you know, it was so popular that when the Ringing World started, a lot of people who ordered it actually got the Rinking World by mistake. Because everybody was ordering the Rinking World, but nobody was ordering the Ringing World. It's fast, it's fast. It's very important to remember that. And I mean, if we look for the current times, take golf, for example. Golf was the big thing, increasing, the last few years, substantially decreasing. People are not taking up golf in the way that they used to. The golf suppliers have got huge quantities of unsold golf equipment. They're massively overstocked because people simply aren't buying it. This is in a few years. We don't want to solve the problems of the year 2000. We want to solve the problems of now. Take Twitter. Twitter is stabilised. Twitter use by the big companies has rocketed downwards because it creates such a load of fuss that they're better off without it. People are saying at the moment, oh, let's get on Twitter, let's get on something. Things move fast. However, back to women. So here we are, 1890, the Bell News editor even approved of ringing, but listen to the way he does it. The recesses of a garden or lawn are particularly applicable for the practice of handbells on a summer evening, and the entertainment, for such it is also well worth the notice of the gentler sex. So we can see it's strongly, strongly sexist. And the fact of members of the fair sex coming to the front as ringers is certainly one worth more than ordinary notice. The time may come when we can hear of them in the steeple, taking a light bell and ringing or calling a touch. This may appear irregular, perhaps, from several points of view, but the presence of a lady in the steeple does not appear to us at all out of place. And ringing a light bell in a touch, now and then, with the village company would be far preferable to many of those enervating occupations which the female portion of the human family are at the present time, in obedience to the vagaries of fashion, called upon to take part. Don't you find that astonishingly patronising? It's quite incredible. It was at least supportive. One of the things about that time was that most men at that time, most men were supporting ringing, coming into ringing. Certainly the people who were prepared to write about it and speak about it. And there were a number of bands, female bands started. They were all young women. They weren't in they weren't in general men later in the 1900s, they were young women. And so those young women actually rang in bands separately in general from the men. So there were bands of women ringers. And they rang, and then they went out, and men came in, and they rang. There were men ringing with men, certainly, but there were also these separate bands, which is very sad. It's hard to find them in the annual reports, because generally they didn't get elected as members, but you can find traces of them in other places. So, what was a woman supposed to do? What does a woman do now in the belfry? Judith, what do you do in the belfry?
Run the ring.
Ring? Oh, you run the ringing. Good. Well done. Great. Yeah. But that's it, isn't it? But in those days, there was something extra required. You weren't expected, if you're a woman, just to ring. You were expected to improve the men. This is true. This is true. So, in the Girl's Own paper, on the 5th of October 1895, started a whole long article getting girls to ring. Anyone read the Girl's Own paper? Anyone old enough to read the Girl's Own paper? No. It went from 1890 to 1956. Boys' Own paper? No? Oh well, you've heard of it, haven't you? Yeah. Yes, there you go. Anyway, now here is an opportunity for exercise, which in these days, it is agreed on all hands, is so necessary for our girls. When she has mastered the principles of the art, a girl can easily hold her own with boys and men. So that was good, we approve of that. But then we get to the moral dimension. I have to mention here that in the Girl's Own paper, God was referred to as the master. Just so that you understand what they're talking about. There is genuine work for the master to be done by our sisters if they will try bell ringing. The ringers in the country parish are often drawn from quite the rough, happy-go-lucky lads of the village, and not infrequently are a source of great trouble, or at least anxiety, to those responsible for the religious tone of the parish. In many cases, they do not think of going to a place of worship, except when they ring the church bells for service, and even then we have too often seen those who have been engaged in calling the people to worship themselves troop out of the church just before the service begins. You see? So she's obviously there to do something about this. And as it says, if once a lady can get hold of them, there is little she cannot do with them. Which I agree gives a snigger these days, but not at the time, because Girls' Own paper, girls didn't snigger. Apparently not. Her presence in the belfry will tend to humanise and civilise the lads in a way which nothing else can do. It will suppress all coarse words and idle jesting, which are not convenient. And by teaching the lads to reverence the lesser, herself to wit, she will gradually lead them to reverence of the immeasurably greater one, her maker and theirs. There you go. That's what girls are supposed to do. You can see one of the things there is that the assumption in the article, which was obviously written by a ringer, actually written probably by two ringers, there are two different parts to it, but it was assuming that the male ringers were mainly young men. There's a lot of talk, and we perhaps heard a lot of it, the idea that people were started off young and gradually grew old, carried on ringing. That does not appear to be the case. I do not find evidence of that in general. Certainly some people carried on to ring all their lives, but an awful lot of people left the choir when their voice broke, went up into the ringing chamber, and then disappeared when girls came along. So they rang for a short period of time. And there's definitely a lot of people did that. And in fact, I did a survey quite some time ago of our own village in Godstone. This is about 30 years ago. And a huge number of the men who had lived there all their lives had been ringers, which we were talking about before the First World War, had been ringers at one time and then stopped. It was quite incredible, the number of lapsed ringers. In fact, I calculated there's something like 1 million lapsed ringers in the country at that time. Extraordinary number. However, one of the things that's gone on about this is what clothes to wear. And of course, clothes are very important when it comes to women. This is not a sexist point, I'm saying this is what I say. The skirt of the dress should be plain and of some fairly heavy stuff, e.g. serge. The bodice should be quite loose-fitting, made of flannel or something of the sort. The wristbands should be quite easy. Now, one of the things that people say, they say, however did these women ring when they got all these big puff sleeves and long skirts, you know? You've seen these pictures of them standing up. Because their hair used to come out like that then. That was the style. And so they were saying like that. And people said, how did they ring like that? Well, of course, they took their clothes off. I mean, I don't know. Not all of them. I mean, people often say, how did they ring like that? Well, of course they took them off. I mean, when you see pictures of the men, what are they wearing? Bowler hats, aren't they? Waistcoats, jackets. They took those off as well. I mean, the men took their bowler hats. They didn't ring in bowler hats, but some of them did, but took their hats off. They took their hair off. Most of them took their detachable shirt collars off. They undid their braces. Of course, that was one of the problems, that in those days, they had all their pockets full of old pennies, so that once they took their braces off, their trousers fell down. This was one of the objections to women coming in. I mean, the older ringers here will have seen men's trousers falling down when ringing. John, not I'm suggesting you're wrong. But anyway, so that was one of the things. But we know that part of the thing is because when the First Lady's Appeal took place on 20th of July 1912, one of the girls' fathers, William Williams, he wrote a poem about it all. It's typical kind of Edwardian poetry. But one of the verses goes, bared were arms and bared to shoulder, ready for the captain's call, hoping as the day grew older, for the welcome, this is all. Great poetry, isn't it? But he was there at the time, and they got bare arms, bared to shoulder. Just shows you. Also, in those days, women were supposed to cover their head in church. And when I say in those days, that went on till relatively recently. Fortunately, most women didn't take a great deal of notice. But so people said, what are you going to wear when you're ringing? This is a big issue. What are they going to put on your hand when you're ringing? So the girls' own paper dresses, they say, a close-fitting outdoor cap will be found most convenient. And this should be secured by an elastic band round the back of the head, and not by the long pins that are in general use. The discomfort of a straw hat will be very obvious if only tried once. And besides the discomfort, there is some little risk attached to the wearing of any headgear with a brim. There you go. So quite strong about the hat. No mention whatsoever of corsets or underwear. I mean, in those days, the unmentionables were genuinely unmentionable, and so they didn't mention it, which is a shame, because we'd quite like to know, wouldn't we? But certainly today we'd like to know. But there you go. So when it came to the end of that, and I just mentioned this, the Ladies' Guild were, any members of the Ladies' Guild, I'm a strong supporter of the Ladies' Guild, a very strong supporter. If you're here and members, I support you. Well done. Yes. Great, well done. I think it's absolutely first-rate organisation. They've done a tremendous amount for ringing since they were formed in 1912 was the first meeting. Was it 12 or 13? 12. That's it, 1912 first meeting. Yeah. But every now and again, someone said to them, what about the hats? What are you people supposed to wear? And at one time, they actually had a hat made especially for women ringing. And I tried my best to try and find one to see what it looked like. But unfortunately, I can't find one anywhere. No one seems to remember it. And it may be the case that if anyone found it, they wouldn't know what it was. They'd probably think it was for milking cows or something. But if any of you got one, if you Ladies Guild members find one, I'd love to see it. No. Anyway, so when it comes to this behaviour, they come to some final advice at the end of this huge long article, and one entire column, there's a paragraph, actually starts that column, ends that column, and has all that column without a full stop, a whole column without a full stop. But anyway, so it's quite hard going, but they end up by saying, here are some final words of advice. Some of them, in relation to handling a belt, keep your knees firmly together and only bend them a little. There you go. That's what something like that. Some behavioural, discourage in every way possible talking about outside things, and especially any joking. But the most important rule was the spiritual. Yes, I see, you don't have any joking there. Yeah. You will have many opportunities of getting to know the characters and tempers of those with whom you may be ringing, and also many opportunities of influencing them for good. Try, therefore, to use the opportunities gently, firmly, humbly, and prayerfully for the Master's glory and the salvation of souls. Which, when you think about it, is a tough thing to lay on them while they're struggling to ring rounds. So not only trying to ring rounds, but they've got to think about people's souls and all that. So you're going to say, what happened to the opposition? And we do know there was opposition. Curiously enough, there wasn't anywhere near as much opposition as we're inclined to think now. I mean, I ransacked newspapers, periodicals. The amount of opposition is relatively small. But there were 8 reasons for opposition. One, what would be the top one? Sweating. There we are, I've used the word. Sweating. Because women, of course, weren't expected to sweat. Exactly how they carried scuttles of coal up 10 flights of stairs, I don't know. But they were supposed to do it without sweating. If you remember, horses sweat, men perspire, and women merely glow, as they used to say in those days. And so people thought it was wrong that women should undertake a pastime that made them perspire. Right? So the second one was they thought that they shouldn't be in a chamber where men behave badly. For example, they kept their hats on. Isn't that extraordinary? So that was one. Then they thought, some people thought men like being separate, so why shouldn't they be? I'm not sure which men these were exactly, but some people thought there were religious objections. Some people said ringing was a man thing, whatever that means, and so women shouldn't do it. Some people said women getting involved in ringing was like women having the vote. This was not a good idea that women had a vote, because they have more influence on men if they don't have the vote. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. They really thought that women were more influential without the vote, because they could influence men without voting. Yes? And ringing would make it worse than. Other people thought that women should have a place. And so they thought, if we're going to support women, we should give them a place in society, a place in life. And that's in the home, not in the belfry. So they thought they were actually supporting women by stopping them ringing. Bizarre. And of course the last thing was they were very worried about the empire. Because they said, if women start ringing, what will happen to the empire? I'm not joking, this is true. This is true. It seems odd nowadays, but it's absolutely right. So here, for example, this letter appeared in the Hants and Berks Gazette. And the chap says, it went under a pseudonym actually, Granser was the pseudonym. What can possibly have induced ladies to take up this strenuous and essentially men's work in the belfry? Although it is a very healthy exercise and a splendid body developer, it does require a good deal of stamina. I am quite unable to understand why ladies should prefer to leave their many womanly pursuits and pastimes and to range themselves with a number of men in the belfry to manipulate a huge bell of so many hundredweight. We of the sterner sex rightly take a pride in doing some big, strong and manly work. But I trust the day is far distant when any great number of ladies will unnecessarily seek to imitate us. I believe the fact is that when a lady has been anxious to learn to ring, it has been regarded by the ringers as merely a freak. Well, all I can urge now, and I do so most earnestly, is that if the ladies desire to advance the art of change ringing, let them procure some set of handbells and pursue their practice in a comfortable room or shady nook, and so avoid the belfry, which for all time by the nature of the occupation has probably been regarded as a special sanctum for men. It's extraordinary. And one of the great things was that at that time there were quite a lot of very good women ringers, really, really good women ringers. None of them replied, I'm pleased to say. They all took it, they treated it with the contempt it deserved. Hello? It's not me. Someone beeped. Yeah. But a few men replied. Some of these I like. This guy called Sharp, he asks, what can possibly have induced them to take up such a strenuous and essentially men's work in the belfry? I would ask, what could possibly have first induced men to take it up? When he has answered one question, he's answered both. That's quite good. And the Bell News editor, talking about Alice White, Bruce said, I'm going to mention Alice White. Alice White was the first lady to ring a peal in 1896. Yes, everyone's heard of Alice White. Yeah. And she was, we say a first lady because she was a girl at the time. She was a girl. And she didn't ring much after because... Well, no, not because she went to Canada. Actually, she did go to Canada. Well done. Very good. Good to see people on the wall. She was barged by a bullock in Basingstoke High Street. Is the short answer. Yeah. It's very sad. Not long after the peal. It wasn't a farm or anything. It was just a loose bullock. She was just walking down the high street and this bullock came out of the market and knocked her down and damaged her back to such an extent that she never really rang again. Although, when she was over 40, she did go to Canada and lived to the age of 99. You wanted to know that? Yes. Right. Anyway. After she'd rang her first peal, then the Bell News editor wrote, when we read so much foolishness about what is termed the new woman and her athletic pursuits, it is more than refreshing to read of a daughter of the exercise like Alice White, who by her ingenuity and application to a scientific and health-giving practice has put to shame and rebuke those females who, being of what is considered as the wrong side of middle life, have the effrontery to advocate occupations and pastimes for their sex which are repulsive to all true womanly feeling. And you think, of course, what she's talking about, what he's talking about is actually women doing athletics. That's incredible, isn't it? I mean, nowadays we think it's perfectly ordinary. And one of the things that was going on at the time was men were saying women can do the activity that we do, but they shouldn't do the activity that someone else does. They were always differentiating their own occupations from other people's. And of course, in Edwardian times, the test was, would you let your wife or sister do it? Okay. That, of course, assumes male dominance, doesn't it? Not, would you advise your wife or sister, or do you think, if she asked? So someone wrote and said, we pride ourselves that our belfries are not as they were. I can remember the time when in my own district I would not have introduced my sisters and wife to some of the companies, but now the situation is now changed and the companies in those same towers are always welcome at my home. And someone else wrote, not so very long ago there were happenings in our belfries to which we dare not introduce our lady friends, which even kept many men out. But these are, that's good, isn't it? But these are things of the past and will never return. And of course, we have to ask, what were these dreadful things going on in belfries? And it's irrelevant because a lot of the stuff that's talked about belfry reform, people were saying we were doing away with these dreadful practices that were going on in belfries. But what on earth could have been going on in belfries? I mean, how dreadful could those practices have been? I mean, you have to start thinking about it, don't you? And if you see all the people who said the dreadful things used to go on, none of them actually say what they were. It's rather like stuff in the news of the world, these dreadful practices go on, but they won't say what they are. And in fact, if you get down to detail, it seems that when people were writing at the time about things that were truly dreadful, keeping your hat on was considered one of them. That's extraordinary, isn't it? The men kept their hat on. They were in church and kept a hat on. You should take a hat off in church. This was truly dreadful. I mean, there's something, you can see what's going on there, and you have to be very careful if you're writing history nowadays not to take what some people were saying as essentially the truth of what was happening. I mean, a lot of that old history was written by some crank clerics with a bee in their bonnet. And it just keeps being repeated, which I think is very, very sad. What about some of these objections? The empire, you remember? We didn't actually have as big an empire then as we did after the First World War, because we were much bigger after the First World War, because we got so many protectorates and protected states following the fall of Germany. But it was nonetheless big enough to include India. Why does woman seek to push herself in wherever man is to be found? It can only be their love of notoriety. The place of a woman is in the home, not gallivanting about the country seeking notoriety at the end of a bell rope. What will the homes of England be like when a generation of pleasure-seeking, notoriety-loving women have had the bringing up of her children? Will it make for a better empire? I trow not. Is that extraordinary? Is that extraordinary? And when we look at these things, we mustn't, if we're thinking about now, which is what we're talking about now, we're saying how does all the past reflect in how we perceive now? We've got to be thinking, are we thinking things? Are we doing things that seem unreasonable? And it's only by looking at these truly outrageous statements that you can actually evaluate what you're saying at the moment. I mean, the question about it being a man thing, I do not think women realise that men sometimes wish to be together. The most honourable is in the brotherhood of bell ringers. There is something wonderful in the fact that 6 men each depend on one another and have a personal feeling for one another as brothers. When a lady steps into a belfry permanently amidst such a company of men as described, things will start to go wrong. The men do not feel the brotherliness that used to be, and the belfry is not so comfortable a place as before. It is not the ladies' fault, but they do not understand what is happening. I do not object to ladies ringing at all, but I do think they could leave men to do just one thing in harmony together in this world. Anyway, so he doesn't object to them ringing, but he wants them to stop. That was written after the war. That's not from 1900. People have been saying that sort of thing until relatively recent times. Men should be left to enjoy themselves together. Some people thought that it was theologically wrong. If you remember, you all read the Bible, you know there's this guy, St. Paul, who was pretty hot stuff when it came to the phrasing of the epistles, but was a misogynist to the nth degree. And of course he said that women should be under the control of men in church and all the rest of it. And some people said, well, that must apply in the belfry as well. And yet women are in there calling touches with men ringing. That's bound to be upsetting. And some chapter it says, we may in the future find them in the pulpit. You can see what they're worried about. Vicars are a problem. Any vicars here? Any vicars listening? You can't speak back? No. Well, anyway, Dagenham. Somebody wrote, well, first of all, from Derby. A chap wrote from Derby. Somebody here from Derby. Oh, Pat, you're from Derby, are you? There you are. Yes. I am voicing the opinion of the majority of change ringers in Derby when I complain of the new rules recently issued by the authorities of St. Peter's. The last clause states that no ladies are to be allowed in the belfry. Well, of course, that went in belfry in Bell News. Naturally, he then thought, people are going to say, well, what do they expect in Derby? Because they're all a load of, it's north of Watford, isn't it? So he said, I can safely say that no town in England can beat Derby as regards belfry etiquette and also behaviour. So standing up for Derby then. And of course, other people rightly pointed out, who does all the work in churches anyway? Women do, don't they? They do all the cleaning, they do all the dusting, they do absolutely everything. Why shouldn't they ring as well? I know no reason whatever why our wives or sisters and our sweethearts should not take a string with us. Is that a lovely expression? Take a string. Any more than they should be excluded from the other organisations in the parish. We are quite willing to allow ladies to take the lion's share of the drudgery. All quite good points. How far on have we moved? We're talking about trends, we're talking about where we are now, where we should be in the future. In Dagenham, our vicar has been seriously ill for some time and a deputy has taken his place. He expressed a wish to meet the ringers so as to make their acquaintance and accordingly paid a visit to the belfry and found we have in our band a young lady who, I may say, has made good progress in the art of change ringing. Shortly after, he asked to see our captain and informed him he most absolutely forbade the young lady in question from entering the belfry. When pressed to give his reason, he said, "The belfry is not a fit and proper place for any female, as it might lead to questionable actions taking place." Extraordinary. I mean, they had such a strange idea. And of course, that created universal outrage, partly because her brothers and father were ringers, and of course it suggested incest, which was considered something too shocking even to mention at that time. Yet, even then, this is the Evening Standard of 1913, so we're just before the First World War. The ringing of church bells has been found to be a health-giving exercise for women, and at Twynham, Hayward's Heath, Sussex, the rector's wife, Mrs. E. Creswell G., and the schoolmistress, Mrs. Comber Taylor, take their place in the belfry regularly. I think Mrs. Creswell G. is the only rector's wife in England who takes her place with the ringers, the Reverend E. Creswell G. writes. And I'm given to understand by many experienced ringers that if the bell is light and easily handled, there is no grander exercise for chest development. There you go, we didn't get any follow-up on how much her chest was developed by it. But, so in general, there was this bigger problem. In 1952, so we're talking well after the Second World War, the bells at Liverpool Cathedral opened, and they invited top ringers from all over the country to go and ring the bells and to have a meal afterwards with the Dean. 2 ringers went there, Phyllis Poole of Leicester and Jill Staniforth of Leicester, both very, very expert ringers indeed. The Dean forbade them to ring because they were women, and then forbade them to come to the lunch because they hadn't run. It's just amazing, isn't it? That's 1952. Things don't change all that much. How are we doing for time? Got 5 minutes. Just mention the college youth. Any college youth present? If you want to remain closet college youth, feel free not to raise your hand. But
I'm at college.
Oh right. Well done.
I'm not ashamed of it.
And not ashamed of it. That's right. Loud and proud. Yeah. Well, this is the thing.
Because you're about to vote, but there we are.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, for all they started in 1637, as everybody knows. Up to 1919, they were an omni-sex society. They'd had 9 women elected as members. There were other women coming along who were very, very good ringers at that time. In 1919, they voted by 27 votes to 6 to exclude women from membership from there on. The existing 9 women were allowed to remain members, but nobody else could join. Now, this is a truly shocking thing, I have to say. I think it's absolutely appalling at the time, and it was completely out of step with what the great majority of ringing associations were thinking and acting. So we have to ask, why was it? Well, unfortunately, a lot of the records got destroyed in the Second World War. But we do know that somebody said there may be a large number of ladies seeking membership to society, which would be breaking away from old traditions. Well, what's nonsense? I mean, okay, so men only might have been old tradition. I mean, sexism is an old tradition, wife beating an old tradition, slavery and child prostitution are old traditions. I mean, to keep on with something because it's a tradition, that's nonsense. Someone else said, Mr. Beams, nice chap he was, pointed out that the title youths suggested the male sex, but also suggested young people. And they, and they sure as hell weren't young, particularly because, and this is probably why it all happened, we're talking about the 30th of December 1919. The First World War ended in 1918. Demobilisation didn't take place till 1919. So this was the first Christmas after demobilisation. A huge number of young ringers have been killed, as we well know, during the war. A huge number more died in the influenza pandemic that followed it. In that pandemic, many more young people died than old people, for reasons which we won't go into. So that by the time it came to December 1919, there weren't anywhere like the number of young ringers around. Most of them who were around were spending Christmas with their families, and clearly a few old fuddy-duddies got together, arranged this proposition without giving proper notice, I point out, there was no proper notice of this thing, and then got it passed while nobody was there. The extraordinary thing is that no one actually got round to cancelling it later, well, at least not till 1998. Very strange, very strange. So I don't approve of that at all. Are we not into, no, we're not. We're going to run out of time. We're going to stop.
I think
You're the boss?
Happy for you to go on a bit longer.
A bit longer?
We
Just
You enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
well, just I must mention the Ladies Guild. I'm a great supporter of the Ladies Guild. The Ladies Guild, which was formed after the Peel in Cubitt Town. The first Ladies' Peel was in Cubitt Town, 20th July 1912. A very, very fine achievement, without a doubt. Not least of which because it was so hard to get there. If you were a woman then, and these were young women, most of them under 21, somewhere between 16, 17, 18, up to 21, they could only get there if they were chaperoned. They had to have normally a man going with them. It was actually quite difficult to organise. Not so much that it was a great ring achievement, but it was just so difficult to get there. So, and immediately afterwards, they formed the Ladies' Guild. My belief is that Edith Parker, who was the woman behind it all, decided she was going to do it beforehand and was all ready to get it going. But the big problem was that they were worried about men. And they were particularly worried that someone would say, why should we have an all-ladies guild? And of course, so they put in Rule 7. The guild shall in no wise consider itself antagonistic to existing societies, but at all times an ally, as set out in Rule 3. Its members look to their brother ringers for the courtesy and opportunity necessary to attain their legitimate aspirations, which I think is a superb piece of drafting, absolutely superb, and particularly at the time it was written. And of course, part of their problem was that what's that great thing happening in 1912? The suffragettes. The suffragettes, huh? The Titanic, yeah, well. That wasn't in England. Yeah, the suffragettes were going great guns. The suffragettes, of course, were called the Women's Social and Political Union. So the word woman was in there. So they had this great problem. They wanted to call themselves the Women's Guild, but they were worried, if they called themselves the Women's Guild, people would think they were ringing suffragettes. This is absolutely true. So they called themselves the Ladies' Guild. It wasn't easy to call themselves the Ladies' Guild, because a lady in those days meant somebody upper class. So they had this terrible problem. Do we call it the Ladies' Guild? Do we call it the Women's Guild? There's a big debate about it. It was very, very hard for them. And in the end, they decided on the Ladies' Guild. And we still use the expression lady ringers, don't we? We still talk about a ladies' band. How absurd. I mean, we don't use the word lady anymore, do we? We talk about women. I mean, it's actually something that's entered into the ringing vocabulary simply because the Ladies' Guild calls themselves the Ladies' Guild. But because, yes, that's right. And even in 1933, they wanted to change it, proposed that the title of the guild be changed from the Ladies' Guild of Changeringers to the Women's Guild of Changeringers, because the members felt that the original title was out of date and they considered the word women to be a much nobler title and in every way more comprehensive. Anyway, it didn't get passed. But the trouble was they had to have a membership rule. The membership rule was only to include women, but they couldn't say it included women because that would be suffragettes, and they couldn't say it was only for ladies because that would mean it was upper class. So what they said was that the society consists of members of the feminine sex who are, it still reads that today, who are able to ring upon church bells or handbells. Really very, very clever stuff. And of course in 1914 they became affiliated with the Central Council, and it was quite clever, and it was particularly because one of the opposition was a man called Burton, George Burton, who came from Norwich. He was a great opponent, and the minutes of the meeting aren't very good, but J. Omega Trollope, well-known writer, made this private note, and he said, "Those who spoke generally supported the ladies, not so Mr. Burton. Fortified by the opinion of the committee of his association, he entered his protest against the admission of the Ladies' Guild of the Council. So far as he was aware, they had not yet rung a peal, and he asked if they were suitable creatures to come and sit with men. The day before, they'd burnt down the church." Extraordinary. And anyway, it ends up by saying, the members who had been sitting on the fence slid down quietly on the women's side, and those who had been trying to screw up their courage to oppose, when they heard their side of the case put so nakedly and so brutally, stole over to the enemy. A solid mass of hands was held up and the question was put to the vote, with Mr. Burton as a solitary dissident. So even in those days, and this is a Central Council dominated by a lot of stuffy old clergymen, only one person was prepared to vote against the Ladies' Guild joining the Central Council. Now, of course, they keep on saying, should the Ladies' Guild be wound up? I'm sure you've probably had debates relatively recently. The ladies' guild is now going up again, isn't it? It's on a high at the moment. But there have been times the membership's gone down, gone up, just like David's chart here about the Will branch. So it has gone up. So people have said, have they achieved what they needed to achieve? And the answer simply is no. And if you look at the figures, I mean, in 1988 we did this ringing survey. Do you remember the national survey? A long time ago now, and I was one of the people who did it, but it seems like a long time ago. 44% of ringers then were women. 87% of tower captains were men. 10% were tower captains over the age of 80, in fact. So there were about the same number of women as men, but the men were the people in authority. In 1998, 10 years on, less than 2% of appeals were called by women. Less than 1.75%, 98.25% of all appeals were called by men. Clearly there's something sexist in there. Last year, this is last year, 2015, because I just run the stats, last year only 2 of the 100 leading tower bell appeal conductors were women. 98 of them were men, 2 were women. Richard Smith, jolly good chap, did a fascinating analysis of Campanophile a few years back. 50% more men than women had rung a quarter in the 7 years to 2000. In peal ringing, 44% of twos are rung by women, but only 7.4% of N-1s. He did N-1 because obviously tenors often ringing behind. 44% at the front, 7.4% at the back. That's just outrageous. When you think the average tower bell tenor weight for appeal is 1200 weight, I mean, it's absurd to suggest it's anything but outright sexism is involved. If you look now, get your annual report out, see the different branches. You'll find that some branches are equal men and women. Some branches have few more women than men. Some branches have less than 40% women. Why? Because we've got a problem. We now have a problem, as simple as that. Now, it may be, I mean, part of the thing is, women are not encouraged to ring further out. This is part of the great myth, as I was talking about in 1890, that women can't ring big bells. Of course, it's absolute load of nonsense. If you get a 13-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl, and they both ask, say, can I try that ton tenor? Can I have a go at that big tenor? They both get given the chance, probably. They both make a hash of it. Of course they do, because they've never rung it before. The boy, they say to him, that's good experience. The girl, they say, it's just too big for you, love. And so women do not get the chance to ring larger bells. John Harrison, who was on the phone, and he said he was in a surprise major course they were doing. And the person who was running it, they went into a tower, and he said, men round the back end. And John said, isn't that sexist? Well done, John. And he said, well, they are better ringers. Well, they may be. Why are they better ringers round the back end? Because the women aren't given the chance, the women aren't given the encouragement. Essentially, we are at the moment hugely underusing the resource that we have in women ringers. And it's absurd at a time that we are short of resources that we are simply not bringing the women on. And you will find in some places they are. I'm pleased to say, where I live in the People's Democratic Republic of the Forest of Dean, we are completely non-sexist. So we rang a peal of Court of Royal recently, and the back three were all taken by women. That is not uncommon. The same thing in Gloucester Cathedral, the tenor is frequently rung by a woman. No trouble. But you have to create an atmosphere where it is acceptable for women to ring whatever bell they like. And same thing for men. I don't like ringing big bells. I'm quite happy to ring around the front end. Many women want to ring around the front end. Good. But for those who want to ring round the back end, want to ring round, they should be encouraged to. They should be given the opportunity. Particularly, they should be given the opportunity to conduct. That was what the Ladies' Guild was designed to do. Because it's still the case that a man will be much more likely to be invited to conduct a touch than a woman will. Partly because they ask the person on the tenor, or the N-1, who is probably going to be a man anyway, and partly because men get asked and women don't. If you ask a man, a boy, will you call some grandson? And he says, well, how do I do that? He gets told. If a woman says, well, I don't know how to do that, he says, oh, well, then I'll go to someone else. It's not right. There's something that we have got wrong now. Forget all this nonsense about bringing children in. I don't object to teaching children, but why don't we use the resources we've got better? That's what we should start with. We should start looking to say, we are institutionally sexist. Not because any individual is sexist, not because there's any man here that wouldn't give all women every opportunity they could, but because the system is sexist. And if we could only get over that, we would make a huge difference to ringing. There you go, I finished. Sorry?
Thank you, Steve, very much. You haven't blamed women for not being assertive.
No.
Which I think they should be. It's a two-way thing. Any questions, please? Here we are. Nick over there.
Thank you, Steve, for a very entertaining talk. I must say that I disagree with your comments at the end about women being involved, ringing around the back end, calling touches, whatever. Where I ring, I don't experience any sexism like that. In my view, it's women putting themselves forward, not saying, I want to ring round the back end, or not saying, you know, I want to call a touch, whatever. Most of the women that I ring with just don't seem to be interested in ringing anything other than, say, in the front door, or calling touches.
Yeah.
And as Stella just said, I believe that women ought to be putting themselves forward more to ring heavier bell and to call touches.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't know the women, your women. But that may be true, but are we creating an atmosphere that encourages them? That's what I'm trying to say. There are plenty of women who don't, but because the atmosphere has not encouraged them, because they're used to the fact that that is not, in many places, an acceptable thing to do. We've got to create the right... I'm sure you're brilliant. I'm not suggesting one for a moment that you are personally sexist or anybody here is. But we've got to create an atmosphere that encourages people, that encourages girls from a young age, whatever, to work their way around, to ring orders. And we've got to encourage people to do the conducting from small bells. I mean, there's no reason at all why they can't conduct from the 2 and the 3. Pat does all the time, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I must be the exception that proves the rule, because I've been the president of our association.
Yeah.
I've called over 500 appeals.
Yes.
I've run Derby Cathedral,
Yeah.
you know, bells for 11 years at one stage.
Yeah.
And there's never been anything against it at all. Everybody's been there to help them.
Yeah.
And I've never had any problems with people saying, I'm not going to do what you're saying because you're a woman, or anything like that.
No.
Everybody's just been encouraging.
Yes, I know that's right. And I mean, there are people like Pat who have had exceptional ringing careers. I'm sure there's lots of women here in the same position now. And that is good. The trouble is, they are not representative of the number of people ringing. And that's the problem. And, okay, if women are assertive, they can do it. Certainly they can. But we should be encouraging people. We should be letting the non-assertive people, or the not-so-assertive people, do it as well as the not-so-assertive men. It's a question of like with like. I mean, if you look at the figures, I mean, I looked at a well-known ringing course. I mentioned no names. Not many years back. 60% of the students were women. 50% of the helpers were women. 100% of the tutors were men. And that's not because there aren't extremely able women teachers. In fact, on balance, I think they do rather better, which is not surprising because only the very best get to do it anyway.
Yes, following up on that. Certainly, when I invite women to ring around the back, when I invite to call, very often the answer is no. Why do they say no? Because they're not confident they can do it well. Why do they not do it well? Because they've never done it. Why do they never done it? So I think it's very easy to say, this isn't true, there is no problem, they are not assertive. The fact is, the culture, of which we're all part, breeds a lot of people who aren't confident to do these things, and a disproportionate amount of them are women. The same terms of men. If you can't do something well, you say no thank you once you get to the point of not being a learner. And if you don't give women the chance, or if you don't encourage them, don't press them, it's silly to blame the women for not doing it. They've never done it, so they're not good at it. Unlike some people one could think of, they only do things they think they're good at. We all know people who grab hold of the tent and make a pig do of it.
Yeah, but
I bet they're male.
But they are. That's just as John says. Sorry, can I just say, if you see a tenor being rung badly, it's a man ringing it. You know, when was the last time you saw a woman ringing a tenor badly? It's very, very unusual. It's always a man who's ringing the tenor badly because they think they can, or because I mean, you see them, don't they? They get out this, oh, you know, I'm a man. It's hopeless. I mean, you know, I run a number of practices in various places. I have people come to those practices, women come to those practices who ring the tenor extremely well, ring big bells extremely well, and ring them at those practices and ring them extremely well. That is good. I mean, in those practices which I run, the women are better tenor ringers overall than the men because they've had the opportunity.
Yes, I mean, I think there's quite a lot in that. I think too that you have to bear in mind that when I learned to ring, most of the people that learned to ring were still men. So there's a big male bias of people who learned young, who are my contemporaries. And it's nowadays, very often, people ringing peals are people who learned young of my generation. So if you're looking at people women ringing peals predominantly around the front, you've got to take into account those sort of biases that come from the historical past. And I think the other thing is that if you're looking at late learners, where quite a lot of the ones that come in are women, one of the things we find is that they simply don't have the physical strength to control the larger bells.
Yes.
Because they've never used them before.
But we're not talking about large bells. You know, most bells aren't large, and women still aren't ringing them. You can't. What you're saying does not account for the fact that twice as many women as men haven't rung a quarter bell.
Yeah, I'm not saying there isn't any bias. I'm just saying it's probably not as bad as the statistics suggest. I mean, you do bear in mind that even if you're ringing bells that are not particularly heavy, because you ring them quicker, you have to work much harder on the back ones than the front ones, simply because of the relative weights rather than the absolute ones.
Yeah,
so there are factors like that. I think all I'm saying is I think you're overstating the case of it.
Well, I don't think I'm overstating it. What I would say is, sorry?
I said that's rubbish.
Yeah, well done, thank you.
I've 10 behind, and I've only been ringing 3 years, and where we are, we're encouraged to ring all the different bells of different weights, and I'm often tenoring behind to grandson or methods and things, and I don't have any difficulty, and I'm a woman.
Great. What's your tale? Go on, give it a name.
I ring at All Saints in Loughborough, Oaks and Charnwood and Coptoke.
Yeah, lovely. Well done. Well done, those towers, if you're listening. Yeah, but what I am saying is the Central Council has done nothing whatsoever on this issue. There's all this stuff about trying to get young people in, which I don't think is going to work, and I don't think it's a good idea, like all the rest of it. But what we really need to do is to utilise the resources that we've got, and the Central Council is doing nothing whatsoever about that. And I think that's very sad.
That's council business. That's local towns, sure.
Well, no, it's not. Because the council has all sorts of things which help, one way or another, to make ringing better in local towns. That's part of their function. But have they got anything at all which addresses the question of a gender imbalance? No.
Nick?
No,
Anybody else? Yes? Will.
Point was made that the rule to exclude women from the college youths
years following demobilisation,
yes.
there was also the women had taken jobs that in the whole big world of work that the men had as their own reserve, and the men came back and wanted their jobs back, and the women wanted to hold on to the jobs that they had gained. That was part of a general social pattern. Could not the change of attitude towards female membership of the college youths been part of that?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. And in fact, in my book, it's been very well to read it, I go into that in some detail because that's absolutely right. Having said that, it's true that women had taken a lot of jobs in the First World War, and at the end of the First World War, most of those women were summarily ejected from those jobs for the men to go back in. So, in fact, by that time, women were not taking the men's jobs. What happened was that there were an awful lot of men who could not get employment because they were physically and mentally disabled, which was a tragedy, an absolute tragedy in every way. But because there were still women working, because there was no man able to take those jobs, people were saying, rather like with the immigrant debate nowadays, the women are taking the men's jobs. And of course the women had also been ringing in the First World War as well, and the two things were conflated. I agree completely with Anna. And of course one of the problems here is that the people who took this vote were old people who had not been in the war. And they were probably, I mean, the people who hadn't gone to the front never really understood what had happened to the men who did. And so they probably felt stronger about the employment issue than the soldiers themselves would have done. But I agree completely. Sorry, I just didn't want to go into all this fascinating detail.
Anyone online, Dave?
Yeah. Good morning. Someone was watching.
So we've got a question from Elva Ainsworth who says, what exactly are you suggesting the council should do about this imbalance? So, you know, I think there's agreement the council hasn't done much about it, but what would you see as a positive action? It seems like a very grassroots type movement we need to get going. Because from my perspective, I see exactly what you're saying every week, and I think, you know, a lot of it is very ingrained. You know, that people do tend to take failure to heart in very different ways, and I think that you know, a lot of the sort of culture that people are brought up with is, just give it another go. Whereas I think some of the certainly some of the girls that I've seen ringing in, and the students tend to take a lot more to heart. So yeah, but let's go to Elva's point.
Yeah,
what do you expect the council to do?
Right. The first thing is, anything that you've got a problem, you get a group of people to start thinking about the problem, what they can do about it. So the first thing is to recognise there's a problem and something needs to be done about it. The second thing is, what can you do about it? Most people don't understand there's a problem. If you simply pointed out to people that there is this problem, if you pointed out the bare figures to people in town and say, look, something's going wrong somewhere, have a look at what you're doing in your town, an awful lot of towns would respond, a lot of people respond. I don't believe if there exists a sexist man, if there exists a woman-hating man in ringing, I've never met them. I mean, they might exist, but I've never knowingly met them. So people would try and do it if they saw there was a problem. But most people think, oh no, that's all sorted out ages ago. Once they realise there's a problem, they do something about it. So publicise it, think about it, make some suggestions, whether they're useful or not. And it's like, Richard came up with some suggestions this morning. Some people might think they were good, and some people might not. But they are suggestions that people can think about, and there's a good basis for discussion. Yes?
Does anybody else have a question for Steve before we have a cup of tea?
I can make a quick comment if you want.
Yes, please do, and then we'll have a wind up.
I am still here, so I'm not quite aged in history. I learned to read in 1959 when I was 15, my brother was 12. Between them was my sister. Town captain approached my parents about asking us to ring, and he asked me and my brother, and he taught us. I taught my sister a couple of years later when we were running the town, and the town captain had long since gone. That is recent history. That is, I suspect, a lot of you are my sort of generation. that sort of prejudice was still there. And yet my parents, everybody was sort of very equal, sexual equality, you know, with all those things. But beneath the surface, it's built in. So, I mean, Steve's probably right. He doesn't need that, he's got one.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Steve. I hope you've made the headlines in Ringing World again. I'd certainly
For all the best reasons.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, I'm sure you've all explored all the goodies in the car room and the interesting information. Bobby, do you want to say anything?
Just that John did ask me to explain the display at the back. It's probably too late now because you'll all want to be on the road within a few minutes. But we did basically it was Bill Butler's display, and he wanted to show, or he wanted hooks into how people can be persuaded to be more interested in the history of ringing. So he's produced a dozen or so profiles, some very incomplete and some very full for ringers that we know really well. But a lot of these people we know very little about, and not necessarily the oldest ones. And what he was also asking is that, can you be interested in this? Underneath each one, there are 3 interesting facts about each of these people, and things you might not have known about them that were nothing to do with ringing. And the profiles that we're producing now are trying to get a more rounded picture of ringers, not just a few facts about them, two-dimensional, trying to make the character come alive with real people. So you might be interested in looking at that from that perspective, that's all. But we'll probably be taking it down very soon.
Thank you. And I don't know what you're going to take away. We've had our minds filled with all sorts of thoughts and ideas. And perhaps we should have a vision for 2020 ourselves, for our own band, right at the grassroots. And that's where the future of ringing lies, of course. And bell ringers need to get out of their towers, for example. In Horsham, we're taking over the town centre with a mini ring and a marquee of handbells and pop-up. You know how you have pop-up shops? We're having pop-up bell ringers. 29 change ringers are going to go around the town, just popping up. And we've got an exhibition in the museum and an all-day session in the tower and a service, and for bell ringers there are routes into the town, and also we're having things going on in a barn. So it'll be interesting to see. I doubt we'll get ringers as such, but the thing is, it's constant dripping. You keep the idea of bell ringing in people's minds. And as we were talking about ringing for non-secular events, I think we should do that. The information's there. We ought to tap into it. And the Central Council works terribly hard, but it's all up there in the cloud above the ringers on the ground. So please take away some of these thoughts, and whether or not you're going to take on board a project from being here today. It doesn't have to be a big project, but just something small. We have many thanks to make, particularly to our speakers, and they were extremely different and very, very interesting. So thank you to them. Thank you to Dave. I think you've done a sterling job. And to have 30 you must be really chuffed and that it's been worthwhile.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And then we have Veronica and Peter Quinn, who I don't know if Veronica's still here, but I will thank them on your behalf.
Peter's there.
Do come in. And Michael and your team. Worth coming for the lunch from my point of view. And I wish you all a safe journey home and enjoy the last few minutes of being with this company. Thank you very much.